Yeah.
Yeah. So, given that you're, do you know what HP your sales are at?
0.
0.
It's gone. Oh, you are
Fuck.
fucked.
It's
Like-
it's because they took 80 something damage.
88
from
points of damage in
88
one
of
of
lightning
Yeah.
damage. Yeah.
Yeah. So obviously, a boat without sails in the middle of Grudgewater Gulf is pretty stranded.
Yeah, I think the last thing we said before we set off was that Jacob was jerry rigging something, and
Hmm.
Tilly was going to help a little bit with the control water, although that is pretty time limited.
Yeah.
But for bursts of 10 minutes, she can push the ship towards the direction.
You said something, yeah, that you would be able to get jury rig something to get 5 feet per hour. In fact, not like a fifth. We've got 40 feet per round, and we'd be at 5 feet instead or something.
Okay. Yeah. So you're at like
Limping.
really slow speed,
Well, we
limping
haven't
away.
even done that yet because
Yeah.
we're still
Yeah.
on the
Right.
bridge.
So if I move you, I haven't got all the tokens that I would like, but I've got all the ones we need. If I move you onto this, it's not the most, it's not the exact same ship, obviously, but it's got a
Sweet.
fuckload of cannons.
It's close enough.
Yeah. So adjust your tokens if you will. And I've put as I'm just struggling to remember. Did Vanoth come clean?
Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah. So I'm going to say that just token wise, Vanoth has transformed back into their kind of original changeling form.
And we ended when Lash challenged Vanoth, Truel to a fight.
Yeah. So yeah, that you I'll set the scene then. You are adrift in the Grudgewater Gulf. The ancient blue dragon having laid waste to your sails. And really tested the might and the mettle of this crew. You fought perhaps harder and more ferociously than this dragon expected. However, seeing that the state of your boat, it took off into the sky. Perhaps perceiving that you would no longer be much of a threat, as you wouldn't survive at sea for much longer. And at that point, in the kind of aftermath and the tension and the stress with the blood and the sweat and the tears, tears mostly being Libby's, who's gone below deck, you the conflict resolution tactics of the former pirate captain Orc, who fought valiantly against the dragon, challenged the captain Vanoth, who spent most of that encounter clutching to his steering wheel, the helm, with fear. Although certainly that's how Lash perceived it. So yeah, she paces up. Would it be? It would be at the back actually. Sorry, I've put them both here, but it would be here. Lash paces up the stairs, and she's bloody. And she draws her sword and points it out towards Truel, this imposter changeling. Yeah. What we'll kick off from there as Lash points a sword towards Truel. What do you guys want to do?
Well, Smoke will rush up there and shout, "Stand down!" I'll come up here.
She looks down at you, and she does respect you, obviously more than she does Cruel. So could you make either a persuasion or intimidation check?
Who who did I give advantage at the end of last mission with enhanced ability? Was it? Yeah, it was you. Right.
Lash kind of looks down at Smoking Mirror. You don't hold rank on this ship. Do you wish to challenge me as well? And she looks towards both Drool and Smoke and draws another, short sword. So she's got a short sword and, her crackling with lightning long sword now.
At this point, Thule will spit out a globule of blood and said, there is no honor in fighting somebody who has been almost barbecued by a dragon. If you wish to challenge me for captain, let us do it when we are both rested.
Yeah, Smoke will say to Lash, "This claim is not your own. This Troll has betrayed my kin and has been an imposter within my ranks. But if you wish to challenge me, then we have time to juke it out while this one heals up in the brig."
One of you can make a persuasion check at advantage, seeing as you're both trying to kind of achieve the same goal.
True will defer to Smoke.
Let's give it a try.
Yeah. A 21 is enough to temporarily diffuse a situation. It is in the aftermath of a fight, and you can see Lash's muscles are sore, and she is heroic, but something rings true in Trull's words. She's a one who, although she's a pirate, respects a fair fight and is more than happy to crush Trull whenever he likes it. So she cracks her knuckles, and puts her sword back. Rest all you will, whatever you are. We will resolve this once the ship is in better shape. And she kind of looks at the kind of flaming sails, and you can see scarring and splintered wood, kind of bedecked all across the ship. What's your ship's HP now? Do you know? Did the actual ship itself take damage, or is it just the sails?
The ship. I've got it, I think. But if you know,
Quartermaster can tell me, because that's their job.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody said that the ship took damage in the dragon fight, but it took damage from a storm, so it's on 283 out of
283. Significant. So yeah. You're not in tip-top shape, and Lash knows that a mutiny right now might actually create more problems. So she wanders back down and kind of kicks away some stray wood and goes to start talking to some of the crew members. She knows a few of the problems and how they can be fixed quite quickly. So she's not assuming the captain role, but she's definitely barking orders at the crew. And it gives you guys a moment or any? What do you want to do?
I
Now?
was going to say maybe we'll just, for the moment, we put Trull in the brig, and then the rest of us go and have a meeting in the captain's quarters in private about it.
Okay.
Can I put anything that's on fire out with my decanter?
Oh,
of
well,
alcohol,
yeah.
please?
That first.
Yeah.
Don't want to just leave.
Yeah, it's pretty tricky. Like climbing up the rigging and using the decanter, this magical item, and getting the trajectories right. I'm going to make you make an acrobatics check, Mia.
Ooh, okay.
12.
12.
You start to wonder after about 90 minutes why the hell you volunteered for this job. Everybody else takes some time below and above deck to rest up. So yeah, I'm going to give everybody else. I mean, I don't know what your HP was on. I've got, but take a short rest for now if you need one. Spend any hit dice you want. I don't know if anybody does or not. Some of the tokens look full.
Jacob is
I-
not in good shape, so yes.
I was full. I think Tilly would go and find Libby to find out what shape she's in
Okay.
and see if she's actually doing the job or needs help in that moment. Like,
Yeah.
I'm guessing the crew was hurt and outside of what we were playing on the tokens on the map. I'm guessing there's some hurt.
Yeah, there will be. My notes are on the kitchen table with the crew and that. So give me 1 second.
All right.
Mine are in the other room as well. I'm going to go and get my book.
We gotta lose some crew, aren't we? 'Cause
Yes.
I think it's a roll.
Yes. Shit.
Yeah, I don't like it. It's so impersonal. Just like few numbers here dropping. We don't even know what their names were. Sad. But we did well. We almost killed that dragon, I think Dan said.
Yeah,
Oh,
down to
yeah.
less than 50 HP. Jacob
So-
did speak. It was all got a bit confusing at the end of the night, but Jacob did go up below the deck and speak with Libby and get her because she was in a catatonic, crying, rocking state, and he got her out of
Sure.
that.
Yeah. So yeah. Tilly would join you and see if she needs help for she doesn't need to do the cooking right now, so I guess she could help with the wounded.
Okay. Let's roll some dice.
Oh, no. Everybody roll a 0.
You currently have 13 crew members, or you did before this fight. So
These
we're
are
going to
all
roll.
unnamed ones, right?
Yeah. Unnamed. The rest are like officers and passengers and that. So we're going to roll a dead dice and a wounded dice. Okay. So I'm going to roll. I ask for a roll, a d6 and a d4.
Before we roll, I don't know. It probably doesn't matter here, but having two sort of healers actively trying to stop people from dying could.
No, because that's not what you were doing in the fight. You were fighting the dragon.
Right. So you dead in the fight.
Mm.
Okay, cool. I don't want to roll that d6.
You decide who's rolling.
Someone else do it. I can do the wounded.
Yeah, I'll
Oh.
do dead.
Go on,
All
yeah,
right.
doing good.
Go on then. Oh, great roll.
Okay. So you now have 11 crew.
Just some two random dudes just died.
Just bit it. Yeah. One of them got blasted. They were hanging off the sails. Another one got hit on the head and drowned.
Oh no.
So what about a d4? 3.
Okay.
So yeah, of those 11, 3 are injured and subsequently incapacitated. So yeah, Are you saying then Tilly would be trying to tend to their wounds?
Yeah, she would go down below the decks to find Libby, which I think Jacob was with her already from last time,
Okay.
to see her state and see if she needs the help.
Yeah. So Jacob, you go down below deck to find Libby.
Yeah,
Um,
Jacob. At the end of last session, when we were at the end of the night, Jacob had calmed her down, and she'd asked
Yeah.
why the dragon had attacked us.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. And you lied, and she didn't believe you. I remember that.
Yeah, and so Jacob said we fought his friend before, and then you all shouted at Jacob for
Oh
telling.
yeah,
him.
because we were so proud of you. You're not giving away information, and then you started giving away. That was brilliant.
Yeah. Libby. She did take like a big hit, and you see like lightning scarring and scorching like that runs from her shoulder like down her back, and she's doing her best to kind of
She did get fully healed by Tilly using a heal spell, but
oh, okay, then I didn't make a note of that on her HP. Okay, well she looks bad but she doesn't feel so bad. So yeah, she still looks frightened though. Like the emotional scarring is much worse than the physical scarring. You know, Jacob's attempt to comfort her didn't go so well, and she, as some of the crew kind of limp down back into below decks, she seems obviously like her call to the treat the wounded is taking her priority right now. So she's kind of coming out of her quarters, Tilly. That's when you see her. Jacob presumably has remained there.
how are you feeling? You've got burned badly. I hope I managed to help.
She puts a reassuring hand on your shoulder, and kind of nods thankfully. But then she points her nose towards the injured crew members.
Yes, I'll help you with that if you don't mind.
Yeah. So she can use some healing magic. She only has one of those spells left. So she can pretty much heal one of the crew members. I'm going to say for roleplay purposes, it just takes a bit more time than just an action. You know, it's
Yeah, no, that
she's
makes
using
perfect
her
sense.
magic.
Maybe, yeah, we can even do like medicine. We don't necessarily need to
Yeah.
magic unless someone is dying. Yeah.
Well, I think it's the fact that there's multiple injured people. She would resort to what lone spell taught her.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And
Tilly's
yeah,
got a
so
few first
you
levels.
Tilly comes up like she's got bandages and like a suture kit and all that kind of
Mushroom salves.
yeah, exactly. And then you look up and you can see Libby. She kind of puts her hand over this wound, and you see this kind of like green, kind of anti-necrotic energy, and you just see you see a wound like stitch itself up. Literally, you see like just the stitches just appear, and then yeah, it looks
Oh,
this
actual surgical stitches rather
uh,
than the
yeah,
wound itself. Like with Tilly magic, it's just the wound
exactly.
itself heals. Oh,
So this
that's
kind of
really
weird arcane transmutation
oh,
of
that's really
stitches
cool.
is very different to how you would have seen it before.
Yeah,
So do you want to make a medicine check for the other two crew members?
yeah, absolutely. I
If
will.
you can heal one more quickly, but if you try and do both, it would probably take you, a couple of
Uh,
hours. And
yeah, I can use a spell slot. I still got a few low level ones, so I'll
mhm,
use second level cure wounds on one of them, and then like a medicine check
sure.
on one maybe less wounded.
Okay, so make a medicine check. Oh, 21. Yeah. You and Libby make quite the triage team, and with through a combination of magic and medical know-how, you kind of get the job done. Just make I'm gonna get you to make a perception check at disadvantage, Tilly.
Sure.
So it's still a really high roll. I'm going to say that like Jacob can communicate quite directly using Thieves' Cant, but spending that time with her over a couple of hours and watching the way she works, you're very perceptive and intuitive. You just feel like you, whereas other people might judge Libby for being a mute, you feel like you understand her and you can see and relate to kind of her like innocence. She's a
Yeah,
good person as far as you can tell, and um, communicating your emotions or to each other might be a bit easier for you than it would be for other people.
absolutely.
Okay. So we'll say as the sun sets on the 10th day, Mia has put out fires and the crew have tended to their wounds. Truel is in the brig. And Lash, Smoke, and everybody else, including, the Argent Knight contingent, Dargreline, Caleb, you meet in the captain's quarters, which is obviously now vacated. It's like a rustic cabin. You know that this boat was pretty much freshly made for you. And so, whereas you might expect in a traditional captain's quarters there to be like, the spoils of various adventures and treasure hunts and, a little bit more personality, this is actually just a really big, bare room, the likes of which you haven't really had to, the time or inclination to make your own yet. But it gets
Tilly,
cold
yeah.
and dark. What do you want to do?
Tilly will bring some food, specifically for Mir, because she saw her. She was working very hard and probably forgot to eat. Because maybe you still sometimes forget. Because that thing is so she will bring whatever quick provisions she can. Is like you need to rest a bit. You looked absolutely knackered.
Thank you.
Welcome. Good job. Nothing's burning out there.
Yeah, and everyone's okay. That
We've we've
that we
done
could save.
well. We've done what we could, and Libby's incredible. She does things with her magic that I don't fully understand, but she's such an amazing person. But we did a list, and we lost two crewmen. Um, we found one body, the others nowhere to be seen. I think must have drowned during the fight.
There's a lot of chaos.
Yeah,
It's hard to keep track.
that that kind of things happens to you a lot, doesn't it? I it's my second dragon in so many weeks, and I can't even remember what my past was, but this is certainly you don't disappoint, all of you, for sure.
We promised an adventure.
You sure did. You sure did. And she'll slump on a seat, uh, and just breathe heavily, and like probably wipe a little bit of somebody's blood off her forehead, just like, and look at the rest of you.
And Captain Smoke? Over here? What are you doing?
Trying to maintain the situation. What do we do about this new one?
We should maybe talk to him when he's separate from Flash.
Would you mind giving me some context as to what actually happened? It was mighty confusing. That person that you know is not the person you know. Seems like it.
Vanoth was a companion, like a brother too. A friend of ours who is since deceased. I think we told you about Koronak.
Koronak, he was, yes, you lost Koronak and you lost Galleon.
He and Vanoth were at sea and became stranded, washed up on the Isles.
We fought Vanoth. He was possessed by something. We defended Lone Spell and Tara from the possessed Vanoth on the first time we met Tara. And then we sent Vanoth off to the prison to meet to join up with the others.
Of course, the Vanoth we all met was actually Thule all along. The only one that ever knew the true Vanoth was Koronak.
Yeah.
So he was pretending to be this Vanov since you met him.
He was.
And what did he do in that time? Was he good person? I assume he must have been, because otherwise you wouldn't call him your friend and wouldn't make him your captain, right?
He helped Silas out, didn't he? He did a lot at the prison. And
We had no reason not to trust him.
Aside from this act of betrayal, what lesson does this teach
Yeah.
us?
though he was afraid, maybe.
Trust no one.
Well, what can we do? Somebody has to be the captain.
I don't think it's him.
I don't think it should be her either. She's too.
He didn't
She
want to be
jumps
it.
off. Yeah. She jumps off the off the handle at the drop of a hat.
Not to mention that days ago, she was an enemy combatant.
They tried to kill us all. Yes.
It could be
I think-
Caleb.
Or you,
It could be
Smoke.
Smoke.
I think I can hold a crew together, but the skills to pilot this ship.
Well, what if you took the captain's hat, but then have
Lash pilot.
someone help you with it? Someone who knows how to do the ship stuff?
Well, if that's going to be Lash, then we'll need to fight for it first. And then we need to decide what to do with Troll as a show to the rest of the crew the consequences.
We
I
could
think.
offer to leave them in Iron Guard, offer them a fresh start. That's why they were Vanoth, right? They weren't accepted as who they were.
I don't think would most accept a changeling even over here? An Iron Guard?
Well, I guess he can change again.
Well, then he's still hiding. Maybe we should speak to. I have the Sending Stone. I haven't used him yet. Wait, he said something about Silas. Maybe we could ask Silas for his opinion. He knows him better than we do.
Try it.
When we were going over the last session, did Trull mention that he had come clean to Silas? He did,
Yeah, he
right?
did.
Yeah, so Silas knows.
And that he'd helped out on a mission with the others.
I think
He didn't
he'd
say what the
come
mission
clean
was.
to the rest of the group. I'm not sure if we confirmed to Silas, did we?
No, we didn't confirm to Silas, but he said that he'd come. He said that he'd come to clean to Silas.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
of course, the
that. Oh, okay. Just
So we'd have
thinking.
to. Yeah, we could verify it.
of course he revealed
Yeah.
himself to the rest of it when we were playing the other characters, wasn't he? So
That's what I was thinking. The coming clean was because that's what we actually did.
So what you're
In the
saying,
session.
Gareth, is Thulu, when on coming back to the prison, would have told Silas too. Because he's your character, I guess you can
I mean,
probably.
Well, yeah,
justify
the
that.
plan was that you'd tell Silas, and he actually the letter that Galleon was holding that's got burnt up on the funeral pyre with Galleon was his confession. Or that he needed to speak to you to tell you something. But then it never actually got to a situation where he could come and find you and tell you until we were on the journey.
I mean, it's up to Dan, but if you say
Yeah.
Thulu would do that, then I guess.
I'm very skeptical about saying things would have happened that would conveniently fit the narrative. We definitely, what we did is will reveal themselves that dramatic twist to the B team.
Yeah, to the B team, and then obviously he told the A team that they knew back at the prison that he'd revealed himself to them back at the prison. He did say I as him said that on Saturday.
Okay.
I did say that, whether or not that included Silas.
Well, it would have done. Okay, that's fine. I just want to be clear.
Yeah.
So yeah, what do you want to do?
So you want to
I think
send your friend a message?
we could, but I think we also need to look at the ship. Before anything else, we're sitting ducks out here. If that dragon comes back, or if a pirate ship comes over the horizon, we've got no momentum, no movement, no anything. We need to get moving. Or at least get somewhere safe.
Well, I could use a little bit of magic that I've got left to at least set us adrift towards the direction, if somebody will show me which direction it needs to be.
if we have the crew search through everything we have on the ship, how likely do you think we can makeshift the rigging and sails?
That will come down to a bosun check.
Yeah.
Bosun check.
Yeah, I'm asking Jacob.
Mm-hmm.
We may have some parts. I know we've got some spares, and if worst comes to the worst, we do have brown linen in the hold.
It was so expensive.
Let's just.
This trade mission's gonna be screwed.
make
Won't be worth. Yeah, it won't be worth anything if it's at the bottom of the ocean.
But wait, linen would be terrible as a sail because it lets
Not stiff
air
enough.
through. Yeah, it lets air through.
Yeah, it wouldn't be good,
Tissue
but it's
paper.
better than nothing.
We have a lot of furs. We have linen. Maybe
Yeah,
we
we
can. Maybe we can have the crew.
Do you want to
do it.
use some linen? It would increase. It would lower the DC, but it would obviously cost you.
Mm.
It could be. You could do some patchwork, but it's up to you. You don't have to.
We bought how much linen? 2,000 gold pieces worth of it.
So if we could use some of it. I mean, if we if we don't get out of here, we're just gonna be stuck here. This linen will do nothing. So
Yeah.
I mean, we'll
And if we get attacked and the ship gets sank to the bottom of the sea, the linen will be of zero value to anyone.
I would say
So
just be
I
conservative.
can, if you want to spend 500 gold pieces of linen,
God.
i.e., a quarter of your linen stock, to try and patch up the sails to get yourselves moving a bit quicker, I can let you do that with it, which will lower the DC of whether the repairs are successful or not.
Can we know how much?
No.
If it's
It's
like
game.
by one, is it worth it?
It's the best we've
No.
got, isn't it?
No, yeah.
It's what we
yeah.
would
We
do.
would give it a try,
throw
wouldn't we?
everything-
But yeah.
we
Yeah,
throw
of course,
everything we
of
had
course,
at it.
of
So
course.
I can.
Absolutely.
I'll put it down to
Any-
1,500.
Any
Okay.
help?
No, you don't get help because you're the bosun. That's the game.
That's harsh.
Woo!
So I've
Magical
already
help.
letting him use his woodworking tools when he doesn't have carpenter's tools proficiency. I'm not harsh.
I mean, I do have enhanced ability. I could do that.
What ability would you like to enhance?
I think. God damn it. Let's say dexterity.
Okay. You describe how you cast this enhance dexterity.
So this is a cat's grace. So it's just like a little bit of fur she keeps in her pouch. She's got bits of fur from different animals, and they're not like skinned furs. They're like shedded fur that she like this like grouped together and like maybe like even glued. So it's like sort of like a bit of cat hair that she sort of like wipes over Jacob's face. And speaks the words to Melora and make him maybe more dexterous. So let's do that.
Okay. So the check that I need you to make for this particular situation is a strength check.
Oh, great.
Okay.
So Jacob, you can do a strength check, but you can add your proficiency bonus because you're using your woodworker's tools. I know technically that's a dexterity check, but we're
you just
already...
didn't want to give it to me. It's fine.
Okay. So it's +4.
Nice.
Nice. Let me just look at these DCs. Okay. I would like you to roll me a D4, Jacob. Oh.
That's gotta be good.
Then another 400 gold pieces worth of brown linen is required to successfully finish the job. So it was a success, but it wasn't a high success. The DC, well, yeah, it goes all the way up to like 25. So, so yeah,
100.
it's nearly half your linen has been used.
No,
Not
400 on top of the
400
500 we've already
yeah.
used.
Yeah,
Total
on top of
900.
Will that restore the sales fully?
No, it
No.
will make it
Much
so
work.
you can sail back at half speed to Irongard.
Could we technically recover some of it back after we like replace them with new ones?
Depends on the weather, doesn't it?
I guess that's true.
And the dragons.
Well, I assume that takes a little while. It was just one thing I wanted to do while we're here.
Wow.
And obviously just sort of stranded on the water for a bit. Is I want to ask, who again have we got of the KMF? Any particular members?
Oh, you mean Caleb, Dargaline, Crystal?
Oh, they were the old Argent Knights. Did we not have any KMF members as well, or was it just they just were absorbed into the KMF?
They were
weren't they?
assumed into the KMF.
Okay, yeah, well, that's fine. It's not all that relevant anyway. But
And Geordie.
Oh yeah, Geordie.
Oh, Geordie, he'd actually be perfect. I want to ask him. He was the one that was fishing, right? Or did we mix that up again? Yeah. So I want to ask Geordie to fish while we're here, stopped while Jacob's sorting the sails, so that we can test. We're not going to eat any of it. Obviously, we want to just catch 1 or 2 fish, and then I'm going to take it to maybe Tilly or Mere, and we're going to find out if this far over is affected by the the water.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good call.
Okay. So you find Geordie, he's got like some makeshift like lobster pots, a few lines. And yeah, since he kind of finished his shift, he I think given it's really getting dark now. So yeah, he'd do a little bit of night fishing. You
Mhm.
catch him at the front of the boat with a long line.
Nice.
Um, you can roll on his behalf if you want, Smoke.
Okay.
I would like you to do a survival check. It's a +3 bonus, so just roll a d20.
Oh, okay. Mine's a flat score anyway. Let's see. Oof, not good.
Okay. He's fishing for a while, until and even as it gets dark, he like lights a couple of torches so he can stay up, and it takes you until kind of you know closer to midnight or so, and he comes in, and he's got like a wriggling and writhing, almost like catfish like creature. It's like it's not something that he would normally catch to eat, but it does provide like one hell of a like competitive battle with the rod. They're very strong and very tough. He comes up to you, Smoke, like, fish are a bit weird around these parts, and he chucks this catfish onto the table. And the the little like mustaches that like catfish have, they're like twisted and sharp,
Mm.
and the gills are like thick with sludge, and the eyes look like they have like cataracts in them. And yeah, it's like violently writhing around.
This is what I was afraid of. Fish here is not to eat. Stick to the dried supplies we bought at port. And I'll maybe just ask Tilly to have a proper look at it. Although I think we all know what's going on with that.
Yeah, it's probably not hard to. But I think she would say like she would look at it and she cast purify food and drink. It's the first
Last
level.
time you did, yeah.
So just to test it again to see if I can make it uh, clean.
Well, it is writhing around currently, and as you cast the spell, it has no effect.
Oh right, okay, yeah. Well, it's not technically food until.
As you say
Just
that, Geordie takes an oar and
oh,
smashes its brains in.
she was just going to suggest we let it go. She doesn't want to hurt anything. That's okay. She'll she'll use another first level spell slot and cast it again.
Even though it's like mucousy brains are now spread across the table, and its skull is caved in. You wave your hand over the fish, and a grey-green sheen returns to the scales, and the eyes go from like a grey to like a shimmering brown. It looks a bit more appetizing now.
Right. Well, it's a similar thing we saw before, but it's really worrying that this is happening so far away, on such a great distance. Does it mean that the ocean's all the way around the Isles, or do you know what this could mean for the food economy of the people? Would start starving. A lot of the food that Isles produce come straight from the seas. This
I
is
love how Tilly's first thought goes to like the economic stability of the
No,
Highlands is under
no,
threat.
the first thought that comes to her is the people starving.
Hmm.
But yeah.
Right, we'll leave it for a break there, guys. I'll see you in 15.
All right. See you
Yep.
soon.
Cool.
and bend your ear for a tale our tongues to wag. For she who'd led us towards the light, the ballad of the white stag. The chairwoman sat at her desk one day while the rain came down so hard. She met 5 white stags who brought the sunshine back, and she made them all town guards. She was crossed by a gnome who armed some bombs that would make the docks into a pond. But the stags were too wise for the tiny gnome, and they sent him back to Gond. So come gather near and bend your ear for a tale our tongues to wag. For heard we not had stayed the night, the ballad of the white stag. She roused her men at the feasting hall, and she took the stags to the city wall. With a lightning strike and a nasty fall, the chairwoman saved us all. When the nightfall came and the chanting stopped, and I nearly spilt my drink, for in the dark, with Mistress' aid, she turned the walls to pink. So come gather near and bend your ear for a tale our tongues to wag. Thought heard we not had stayed the fight, the battle of the white stag. the chairwoman wields her family sword, and her brother wears a mask for the forgers' guilds and traders too. There's not too much to ask, so come gather near and lend your ear for a tale our tongues to wag. You better tip your glass, 'cause she saved our ass, the Battle of the White Stag. So come gather near and lend your ear for a tale our tongues to wag. You better tip your glass, 'cause she saved our ass, the Battle of the White Stag. Hey ho!
What's happening?
What's happening? It's good. It's a good.
Well, we
question.
fixed the ship,
Well,
kind of.
how does it look
Somewhat.
like, Dan? Is it like there's patches of brown?
Yeah, the sails literally look like people have stitched and tied together like loads and loads of like hotel bed sheets.
Is it like those balloons made out of multiple pieces of mismatching cloth?
Yes, exactly. And there's like patchwork, repairs, like plugging up various holes. I think you get the feeling now more than ever that sailing around the Isles is no fucking joke. Like
Yeah.
it's difficult and fraught with danger.
Mm.
Well, there's fucking dragons out here, so yeah, I would say so.
Yeah.
Shit. But we have to we have to we have to first deal with Flash, right? So, Smoke, what are you gonna do?
I think when it's time to leave or whatever, we'll just be like, I'm vying for captain. Let's go. And I'll just straight up just offer her. We don't need to talk. I'll just offer her a fight on the deck.
Same evening before long rest.
She's clearly only going to accept it one way. So
as the moonlight bathes the ship in this pale glow, you emerge, Smoke, above deck to the quiet sound of these soft, newly sewn sails, just drifting in a very light breeze. You look around and you see atop the upper deck where the helm is the silhouette of a strong orc female warrior with a sword sheathed on the kind of back-mounted scabbard. She presses her considerable frame amongst the stern of the ship and looks backwards, taking in the horizon by the moonlight. The air is thick with tension, but there's no sounds to be heard except the gentle lapping of the water against the ship. Make a stealth check. As your nimble, feline feet tread onto the upper deck, she doesn't seem moved by your appearance, doesn't seem to notice your advance.
I'll just draw the flame tongue and activate the flame.
Awesome. She's like camera panning over her shoulder, this just emergent fire bathes the top deck in this glow. And without turning around, she just says, "So, it's time." And she grasps the hilt of the sword behind her, and you see it crackle with blue electricity.
Oh, shit.
And she turns to face you. "I did not expect you to take the side of the changeling imposter."
I take my own side.
Let's roll initiative. Hold on. I'll just clear the order from... clear. All right, let me just move all the other spectators or wherever they are away. They're not there. And then I will roll initiative. Oh, balls. Why did that not whisper? So yeah, you have the drop. I was never going to beat 17 anyway. So yeah, you... I don't know. Would you'd be stood more like... She'd be like right here, and I guess you'd be like here.
Yeah.
So yeah, go for it.
All right. Yeah. No messing about. Let's rush in for the first attack. Ooh, 14.
Does not hit.
And again, 18.
Just hits. However, she uses a reaction. As you swing high with the flame tongue longsword, she steps back, and then you drive forward with a second hit, and you see her. She pulls the sword across, and this arcane shield comes across.
I will bonus action Shield Master Shove.
Okay.
So it's athletics for me, 20.
Oh, shit. So I can do athletics or acrobatics, right?
I think so, yeah.
Ooh. I failed.
Okay, so I'll knock her prone with the
Okay.
shield. And then I'll use my remaining attack. So will I have advantage now? She's
Yeah,
prone because
she's
we're
prone.
melee, it's a melee attack. Okay.
Yeah, you'd be stood next to her.
19.
19 doesn't hit.
Oh, because she's got the shield up, yeah.
As you bring the sword down for what would normally be a critical strike, it just bounces back, and the recoil makes you raise your sword back again. You see this kind of grin on her face. This kind of lights up in the blue energy.
Okay. I will just sort of crack my neck and then take a step back.
Okay. Yeah, she can't use a reaction to swipe at you as she's used it already. She hand springs to her feet in this show of upper body power. And yeah, I'm going to say she launches herself at you in the same motion. So yeah, she brings her sword over the top. Oh shit! I critted. First thing I did was crit. 29 to hit. Crit.
Yeah.
Okay. Then you need to take 14 slashing damage.
Yep.
And 20 lightning damage.
Yet.
So she handsprings in one motion and just jumps up in midair. You just see this you hear this thunder clap as she brings a sword down on you. Massive attack.
Nice. I will use parry to try and reduce some of that damage. So I need a D10. D10 plus 4. Okay, so I'll reduce it by 12. So 22 damage.
Mm-hmm.
Mir, what happens if he loses?
I guess she's captain.
No.
Okay. She will attack again. 27.
Yeah.
This time it's 11 slashing, and 9 lightning. I think that is all she can do. Orcs, man. Yeah. Bonus action. There's a bonus action. Can fighters do bonus action attacks? She can, can't she? She's got 2 weapon. No, 2 weapon fighting.
Yeah, only if you have a light. If they're both light weapons.
Yeah, which it's not. So yeah, cool. Yeah, that'll be the end of her turn.
Cool. Yeah, I'll go straight into returning some attacks. 24 to hit on that one.
Yeah, she'll take it.
So the damage is 5 slashing 8 fire. And I will add a superiority die on that one as well. That's going to be 4. So 1 second. Ooh. I should probably succeed on this anyway, but I'm going to try a trip attack so I can add some damage anyway.
Okay.
Oh, another 10 damage.
Ooh, nice.
Nice. Sweet. So she must make a strength saving throw. DC 16.
17.
Oh, okay. So she's not knocked prone, but I'm going to keep attacking. 20 to hit.
Yeah, hits.
For 8 slashing and 9 fire.
Okay. Just hold on 1 second. Yeah, okay.
And okay. Yeah, third attack. That's going to be a miss.
Yep.
However, I will bonus action. I'm going to try the shove again.
Okay.
Come on.
That's another athletics off.
22.
Oh, let's see. 24.
Oh.
You try and knock her back, and she just headbutts you. She's not quite as tall as you, but she's quite a lot thicker.
Yeah. I'm gonna action surge now then. For another 3 attacks.
Mm-hmm.
Crit. This one I definitely was planning to add a die on anyway because I'm going to try the trip again. So we're looking at 12. Ooh, all the weird number style. So 10 plus, what am I looking at here? 8 and 6? Is that right? Yeah. So 14, 18 plus 12, so 40 damage.
Jesus.
Shit.
And it's the superiority maneuver was the trip attack again, so give another shot at that.
Hold on. 40. So that's 4 plus 6 for the crit, 10.
10. Then there's 8 plus, I think I'm reading it right, it's 8 plus 6 for the fire.
Yeah, so that's
another 14.
It's so 24.
24 plus the superiority die, which was a 6, which is
30.
double to a 12.
So 36.
Oh, okay. Sorry, my bad. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a huge hit.
I struggle to read the way. I don't know why I switched to doing the damage on roll 20 like that. So okay, right. So that's the first one. Oh yeah. So strength save to see if you can not be tripped over.
$20.
Yeah, she's fine. And another attack. 14.
Misses.
Gonna let that miss. And crit fail.
Make a dexterity saving throw.
I'm not within 30 feet, am I?
No, you're not. Yeah, you
19
keep
on
hold of your
this.
sword.
Cool.
Yeah, you go to make that like last strike, and she like, instead of striking with a sword, I don't know what the fucking blurry camera's doing. Instead of striking with a sword, with the sword gripped in a fist, she just punches you with the grip of the sword like into the arm, just knocking your arm down. And she lets out this like feral roar, and you see this kind of bloodlust in her eyes. Yeah, she's going for it now. She brings the this lightning sword to bear, and it lights up with a green fire as well. So, see what happens. 24 to hit.
Shield goes up on that one. I will use my arcane shield this time.
Okay, she's pissed.
You know, have it once a day.
Once a day, yeah. But I didn't need to use it in the last fight.
She's going to
Think I
try
hit.
her second attack. 25.
Miss.
What's your AC now?
21 when I'm using my shield.
No, with shield.
But
is
with shield,
26.
if so, plus 5 to that,
26.
so it's 26, yeah.
Oh, she is pissed. Okay.
I think you are too, Dan.
No. Let's see. Unable to break through. Oh, she's got something else. She can make an extra attack whenever she casts a cantrip. So she gets another one. So attack. I should have done that from the start. Let's get an extra attack in. It's going to miss again. So she's like I'm going to say she like makes these kind of sweeping advances with this flaming sword, and you adopt a defensive stance, and nothing seems to break through. So she is going to oh no, she can't do that now. Okay, yeah, that'll be the end of her turn.
Okay, so this time I'm going to use my bonus action to do a fainting attack. So it's another maneuver. I can add the dice if I hit, but basically just gives me advantage. So let's do that. Oh, another crit.
Fuck.
So,
Holy shit.
and I use the superiority die to get that. So that's 14 from the maneuver.
Mm-hmm.
And again, am I reading this right? So I've got another 15 and then another 12.
Yeah.
So what's that?
39.
20, 27, 34.
15.
Yeah. So 15
12.
plus 12
Yeah,
is 27, plus the
27.
7 from the
Plus another
D10.
7 because it's crit.
34, 41.
Jesus.
Sweet.
How do you want to do this?
Oh yes, nice. So it'll be just a kind of thing of like the flash of the arcane shield coming off, and then as she like kind of pulls her heart out on the attacks on that, as soon as it disappears, I just like lunge back behind my shield and then go in for like a wounding strike, but I'm gonna like expertly kind of avoid the fatal blow. So it hurts a hell of a lot, but it's just enough to like bring her to her knees.
Non-lethal damage.
And I'm just trying to,
Yeah.
like just hold back at the last minute with the plunge. So she just kind of it digs in a bit, but it's not a mortal wound.
You hobble her and she drops to one knee, and she plunges the sword into the deck to stop herself from going over. And she looks down, and you just see like a deluge of blood pour out of her mouth onto the deck as she coughs Without looking up, you hear a growl. Finish it.
So I'll kneel down to meet her at sort of eye level. Pass a greater healing potion, and I'll just say, "Who the fuck then is going to help me pilot this raft?"
And she like grabs the healing potion, looks really curiously. Make a persuasion check at advantage because you've beaten her again.
Come on. Come on.
Crit!
Yes! She's your companion forever now.
Best mates.
Best mates.
She, you see her kind of her muscles like tense and tremble as she struggles to get to her feet, and she propping herself up with a sword. She lets it go and uses both hands to uncork this potion, still not looking at you. And you can see a kind of wave of realization, like she's no longer on the bilious princess, and the way that you run things, Smoke, is different. She's not used to receiving mercy or being asked for help. Orcs demand servitude, and given this offer, given from a position of power, she looks at you and she literally downs the entire healing potion. Do you want to roll it for me?
Yeah, what was it again? So greater is
4d4 plus 4, is it?
yeah, sounds right. Let's do it this way. 14.
Nice. She downs the whole thing and throws the empty container over her shoulder, and you hear a poosh. And as she looks back at you, the sword disappears from the deck where it was and appears back in the hilt on her back. And she's like, she looks at you and tilts her head sideways and she says, "Just tell that other tabaxi to stay out of my way."
Yeah, sort of laugh off the comment, but I will tell her, you're a hell of a warrior, and with a hell of a weapon to suit you. Don't throw it all away on some petty tiff.
Is this good, Mir? Are we...
Can we hear it?
I would have given you the chance to emerge from below deck. You would have heard the scuffle.
Mm-hmm.
I
So
thought we were watching, but just from like...
no one
afar.
else said they were coming up, I don't think.
Oh,
but,
sorry. I thought it was assumed because Smoke said, "Let's go fight for the captain." I thought we all went, but
okay. Well, you come up and you see Smoke, relatively unharmed. A couple of gashes here or there, but you see Lash has been beaten up. And Lash just says gives you a nod, and she just takes the helm. And yeah, you can do what you want to, Smoke. You see the others coming up from below deck.
your discussion went well, Mr. Smoke.
Swimmingly.
Oh, that's funny. She doesn't look very... Should I ask her if she needs help, or...
I'll sort of walk off. I'm just going to kind of leave her to sort of, at the helm. I'll walk a bit closer to Tilly so that I'm not in direct earshot, and I'll be like, she won't take pity like that. She'll be fine.
if you say so. So you're the captain now,
Looks that way.
and she's your assistant.
I don't know the proper word for it. This is my first time at sea.
Hmm.
With a new captain, technically you could install her as first mate, or you could leave Caleb in his position. So it's up to you.
I think probably would say make Lash first mate, but give Caleb like a genuinely meaningful position, like
Well, he would take your position as head of the shore
as
party.
I was exactly going to say that. Yeah,
Yeah.
he's the head of the shore party. He's basically the sergeant of the troops.
Mm-hmm.
Sergeant at arms.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that kind of thing.
Caleb, it would be completely fine. He's here to serve, and so yeah.
They got to fight a dragon and a sea hag in such a short time. They must be thrilled.
So, Smoke, you're in charge now, so I guess I report to you instead of Thul, whatever his name is now.
What are we going to? Should I go check up on him to see if he's all right? He seemed very apologetic about.
Maybe you could talk to him. It would be good to know what he wants.
I mean, I can. I don't carry the emotional baggage that you have with him because of the betrayal. So I'd be happy to talk to him.
You're neutral-ish.
I'll bring him some food.
I think I'll stay up here and monitor the sales. We should be able to make good progress, Smoke. Just not too fast. All these things
Right.
might tear.
You look up Jacob, knowing exactly where the points of tension in the sails are, and you just see a seabird taking a nest in the crow's nest. It just shits all over one of the sails.
The linen!
I draw my bow and I'm shooting that damn seabird.
Roll to hit. Don't roll a 1.
If you roll a 1, Tilly's not helping you.
Right.
Oh
Oh,
my
okay.
god! You
You
smoked
shoot that
bird.
seabird through the eye.
Drops the
Oh my
deck.
god.
Anybody for bird for tea?
Oh, Jacob, please don't do that in front of me.
Oh, I'll pluck it later.
More
Should take
crits.
it.
You guys are picking up where you left off on Sunday. Crit
Shit.
City today.
It is really good.
Oof.
Okay.
Well, quartermaster, what's our nearest shore?
It's Irongard, I think. Is it Irongard?
Here we are.
It was Irongard. I guess we could have drifted, but maybe we were at anchor.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, can you put like a tiny icon of a token of a ship there?
I might be able to. That's a good idea. I think
yeah.
that before.
To track our progress.
Hold on.
We need to draw a line on it with little X's every time we've had an event.
Oh.
Yeah, you can draw on it, can't you?
I'm imagining the Indiana Jones
let's
dotted
see.
line.
I liked the shot of Happy during that fight. I didn't say anything, but
Oh yeah,
He
I'll
looks
show him. I'll
happy.
show him again. Look at him.
oh my
Oh,
god!
look.
He's just
just
passed that
What a
upside down,
tart.
legs in the air.
completely chilling.
Oh my
Wants
god,
to be
it's a ship.
dog.
He
Oh
loves
my
it.
god, that's fun.
Oh, sweet.
Mm, my buddy's next to me too.
Oh. I have decided when I buy my new house, I'm buying a cat.
Rescue!
Yeah, rescue.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'll get a
definitely.
rescue cat.
Oh,
You
that's
still have to buy him, but still.
fin ship.
That pink ship!
Yeah, I just made it easy to see. I'm just going to try and lock the dimensions. Or is drawing? Maybe that'll work. That doesn't
Oh,
really make
okay.
it. I'm actually going to make it a little bit bigger. I don't have to do the tint thing.
If you make it as is drawing, you can just, it doesn't snap to any grids.
Come here.
So that's easier.
Yeah. Hold on.
We were quite close to Irongard then.
Yeah. Let's.
Danny, you did describe just in case you don't remember, you did
Mm-hmm.
describe us passing the crucible.
The crucible, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Can you remember what this crucible was, or how I
Like
described it?
like ruins, and I was looking for a tree among them, but you said no, it's just like ruined buildings.
It's like the crucible is like a massive tower. It
Alright.
is. There are kind of ruins, but it would have been. Well, in fact, you can make a history check. Anyone?
Yeah, I'll give one a shot. Why
I'm not the one.
Yeah, the person.
We're not
with
really
no
the history
memories.
group, are we?
The person with no memories is not going to make
Jacob's
it.
all right. He's got a plus.
Smoke's made it. Yeah, I mean, it looks disused considering its imposing stature. Like, but that's all you can really see. It's kind of this dark keep with a central tower.
Is this the one where it's going to beset into the cliff?
Yeah. With that roll, it might look vaguely dwarven, but not ostensibly so. And yeah, Irongard is across an estuary, and you see Irongard is more of on the horizon, or by night. In fact, you can make a group perception check, see if you can see where you're going.
Could you remind us which structure was it that you compared to the White Stuck Citadel? Was it the Banner Show that we went?
It was Mudkey. Yeah, Banishaw was a prison. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was looking vaguely like the.
Yes.
It's a lighthouse that was converted into a prison, just like Grimshackle.
So that is a group pass. As you approach Irongard, you see a very kind of spread out, sparse collection of buildings. This settlement seems to have incorporated agriculture. A lot of the buildings are very low, so it's like a really, really big kind of old village. Not many, defensive structures are visible. There's no walls. The port looks relatively rustic. There's a few watchtowers. One of them might be made of stone, where 3 of them are made of wood. But yeah, it looks from this distance considerably less impressive than your East Cliff that you came from a few days ago. I would just like you, Mia, to roll me. Roll me 2d100.
Oh God! There's another dragon.
70 and 37.
Oh, it's not a 43, so that was the dragon roll.
Okay. As you are making the rest of the journey, like there's not been much place to take shelter. You've spent the time you would have spent resting, long resting, short resting, and making repairs. You know what I mean? There wouldn't be time to sleep. So you're pushing the crew on, depleted though they are. So in fact, while we do that, I'm going to get you, Smoke, to make some rolls in your new role.
Okay.
as a captain.
Oh, yeah. Luckily, we
Yeah.
had an amazing loyalty of our crew.
So this is
We
gonna
were
be
pretty
more
good,
than
yeah.
this is gonna be more than one day. Is that right?
So yeah, you're moving into the second day now through the
So
night.
we can long rest.
No, I've just
No.
said you've used the time you would have spent resting,
Oh, okay.
pushing the ship on.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. So, roll me a d6 and a d. No, sorry, a d4 and a d6. Smoke.
3 and a 2.
Okay. Given the losses that the crew has suffered and the difficulties that they are having to adapt to in the back end of this journey, your quality reduces by 3. So your quality of your crew is now -2.
Mm-hmm.
And your loyalty reduces by 2, which is now down to 17, and the maximum is 20. So it's still very loyal.
Mm.
But the quality is down because you've
They're
lost some
just
men and the ship's fucked.
They're just knackered.
Yeah. So as you are heading into that second day, you, but I'm going to say you reach Iron Guard, or you are, you're approaching the shallows towards Iron Guard as soon as first light hits. As dawn breaks over the horizon, you realize you are in the about to cross the wake of a massive galleon, huge ship. So, Smoke, are you on the helm or is Lash?
I feel like Lash would be physically operating the ship.
Okay. Well, I'll still get you to make the roll, but use her bonus.
Okay.
So I want you to make an athletics check. It's a +9 for her.
Well,
She's strong as fuck.
oof. It's only 13.
Oh, I didn't see that roll come up.
4.
Oh, I'm sorry, 4.
Yeah, I just did a d20.
So 13. Oh, and she can add her proficiency bonus because she's got proficiency in water vehicles. So that would be another +4. So plus
17.
So it's 17.
17. Yeah. She she barks her orders. She barks her orders at the crew, and they all readjust the sails, and she turns the boat to go like directly across the wake, and then as the sails pull hard, some of you hear like the ripping of linen as some of the sails are pulled harder, but she makes the boat like cut straight through the wake of this vessel. Mia, I'm going to get you please to roll me 2d20.
19 and 9.
What is that name? Okay. So yeah, the you cut across the bow of the ship, and the name that's on the back becomes apparent to you all as you pass it. This is a fishing galleon. It's a huge commercial ship. You see like nets filled to the brim with sea life.
Oh no!
Massive. It's called the Twilight Hook.
I like that.
I quite like that, yeah. They often fish at twilight.
So the Twilight Hook is clearly a night fishing boat.
Yeah.
That's why it's coming into port at dawn.
Nice.
Nice.
Okay. Anything else you want to do? We're just heading into Irongard.
Jacob wants to look at the sails.
Yeah,
How
until
bad are they after that?
Go.
You can make a yeah, there were a few rips. It doesn't look like it's going to stop your progress, and you're very close to port. So, do you want to start repairing them now, or do you want to assess
No, we'll wait.
what
We'll
needs
wait till
doing when you get in?
we'll assess when we get into port.
Okay. So yeah, the fishing vessel crosses your path and kind of goes towards what like the far end of the port where you can see like there's a lot of rope mechanisms, and it's like a deeper what do they call it, like some dry docks and things like that, and like a sequence of pulleys and canals to get this fishing vessel in. You guys approach more of the kind of commercial port where you can see a few smaller vessels currently docked. At dawn's light, you can see many of these like rustic stone buildings. Imagine you'd just come to port in somewhere like somewhere like Cornwall, one of those old fishing towns. So you see like just some stone bridges, an odd windmill. It would look like a Cornish postcard if it wasn't if there wasn't kind of a smell of kind of iron in the air. And as you get closer, you see more of the stone buildings kind of stained with soot. It's a familiar smell to you, or similar smell of half-caste in Silvercrest. This is a working dock, very industrial, if its means are quite meager. So lots of traditional shipwright and shipbuilding. You see like smelters and things literally on the jetty side making anchors and chains and stuff like that. Everybody here seems like they've got a job to do. It's a very disciplined situation going on in the docks, and you see a human. He kind of spots you through a spyglass, and he starts just like waving a flag and kind of directing you towards a specific port, a specific jetty. Yeah, and after some maneuvers, some ropes are exchanged, and you are pulled to at the largest jetty that's available.
Sort of going back a little. Could Tilly have a quick conversation with the changeling in the brig?
Oh yeah, we skipped
Sure.
over that. Yeah.
If that's okay. So it's probably like evening before she brings still a plate of food. And here you must be hungry.
Huh.
Are you feeling okay?
Yeah, I mean, it's not too bad down here. Thank you for the food.
Yeah, we need to keep our strengths up. There's well, that's certainly unexpected.
Yeah,
What happened?
I didn't mean for it to come out that way.
I'm sure you didn't. Well, they seem to be a little upset with the reveal. I mean, I don't know you very well, so but yeah, they're thinking about what to do with you, really.
Oh, well, I didn't mean to cause trouble. He was dead, and I thought
Very
I'd been
quiet,
chased.
Gareth.
Sorry. He was dead, and I'd been chased out of everywhere ever I'd been to. Was even chased out of where I was born. I just thought, if I became somebody that wasn't me, tried to act like they would, I might get a chance to actually find somewhere where I fit in. And I was doing that. I thought I was doing that. I went off with a group of people from the castle and we did things and it was very scary and they found out and they accepted me and I did send a letter, but I don't know. Obviously, they never read it. And then we were doing
So
this,
you
and then we were
wanted
sailing, and
to
then we were fighting, and it all came out at the worst time.
yeah, I think it was a bit of a shock to everybody, but I mean, you brought us here. I didn't see or heard any bad words or anything from you that. Well, listen,
And that dragon just scared the living daylights out of me.
well, you and me both. To, to tell you the truth, not the first one I fought in the last 2 weeks. But
Really? There are more of
yeah,
those?
but I just wanted to, because they asked me to speak to you to just find out what it is that you want to do next, or um, I think they're just a little bit uncomfortable and they're struggling with um
I don't.
the decision.
I don't want to leave. I mean, I'd happily go back. Happily go back to the castle, but it's a bit far away for me to swim.
Well,
But
there,
I,
there
I
might.
don't. I mean, I want to help. I've caused this trouble, and I don't know. I'd like to help, but I can. I don't know. I don't want to have to do this again, and no one accepts me as this. Nobody accepts me as me. I've had to hide who I am forever.
I'm really sorry that that happened to you. Um. Well, I hope. Well, I hope you're comfortable. I can bring you something if you want, another blanket or pillow or whatever. If you want, and then I'll go speak with them. We're going to a port that's nearby, I think, and they're probably going to have to talk to you. But I'll talk to them. I'll tell them that I feel like maybe I should probably roll some insight just to make sure it's not any meta here.
Yeah, whether
He's being
Thule is
honest
on the
and yeah,
level.
yeah. It's 20.
Well, are you deceiving in any way, Thule?
No,
No?
no.
Well, that's the impression that Tilly gets then.
Hmm. You seem to be honest, and you seem to have a really. I'm not sure if they will get over. I'm really curious. Is the changing into others? Is that something that you can do? Is that magic?
Yeah, it started when I was a young teenager. I couldn't control it at first, but I can just change as much as I want,
Well,
whenever I want.
I can change too, and I can't control it either. I think there might be some. Oh my god!
Took
I
a
could
long time to
actually,
learn how to control.
I could actually ask you. You know, mm, maybe you'd be willing to help me. You seem to be
Yeah,
the perfect person to ask about this. Well, listen, I'll leave you. I'll go speak to them and um, what I'll see what. I think they just wanted me to find out what you're thinking and if you're being honest, which I think you are. So I'll I'll tell them that.
thank you.
As you come above deck,
I'm
Tilly,
sorry.
this
Tell
is
them I'm
when.
sorry.
Yeah, still very quiet, Gareth. Just make sure if you're role playing that you're speaking into your mic.
Sorry.
Um, so as you come aboard or come topside, Tilly, this is when you realise that you're a lot closer to port. Everybody seems to have all hands on deck as they're turning these very fragile sails to meet the relatively dry day. So yeah, if you want to have that conversation once docked, you can.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah. I think as in the I don't know, maybe even on the deck, like she's not hiding.
mhm.
So if we're standing there all like looking as we get to the dock, she's just say to Mir and Jacob and Smoke, I I spoke with him and um well I might be very biased because choose to see the best in people, but he seems very honest about he was very apologetic and he wanted you to know that he's sorry for deceiving you. It was more a second nature to him rather than anything that he did done on purpose. He was hiding his whole life, and I didn't detect any deceiving from him. So he said he said he wants to help, or if you don't want him, he can go back. But he said he wanted to help and seemed very sorry.
I guess he could stay and become part of the crew. Mr. Nose would need people. What I don't understand is why, if he was happy living this double life or this false life at the prison, why he then decided to put us all at risk by pretending to be able to be a captain.
Well, I got the impression that when you when Jacob asked him if he would have said no, that would have um maybe expose him, or also simply he wanted to help, and he seemed to have some knowledge of it. He wasn't completely uh, out of his depth, pardon the pun, but um I think it all came from a good place, maybe just misjudged.
So I think someone with bad judgment is okay to be in our crew and not as our captain, obviously. Smoke, what do you think?
If he's to stay on the ship, then he must have a lowly position. He cannot be seen to have been favored in any way. After betraying and endangering the crew, it'll be difficult enough to keep them in line, even if we keep him on board in the brig.
Mm-hmm.
We do need all the hands we can get.
I'm
I
not
just,
sure if
I feel that he made such a treachery to Karnak. He left
I
this place thinking that he had a brother in Vanoth, and he was fooled the whole time. Though I can't help but think he was spared some pain of not knowing that he'd already been killed.
Mm.
I think I asked you this before, but in the time that you've known him and Koronak has known him, has he shown anything other than being helpful and um? Because even if he was pretending, because you didn't know, he's. I don't know. I don't know him. I don't want to input. This is your decision.
If he did to
Oh,
me what he did to Karnak, then my blood would boil. I would know no end to it, but it pains me to say that he has been nothing than helpful, and he has tried his best to be here for Silvercrest, Maloon, CGS, even for Karnak while he was still here, although it was under false pretenses.
Mm.
He did help us, and he helped him too.
yeah. I think intent matters too, and from him I got like like I said, it came from a good place. He wanted to have a life, and he was just so used to not being accepted as himself anywhere, chased out. That's what he said. I can empathize with that.
Jacob would say, so can he. Being a half elf, the elves don't like you because you're not an elf, and the humans don't like you because you're not human. Anybody who's different has problems.
If you don't feel comfortable, if we find a, a big enough tree, I could send them back to Silvercrest if that's what your wish is.
Let's put him to work, swabbing the decks, cleaning up. See how the crew respond to him. If it causes too much of a problem with morale, then we send him back.
I wonder if he will choose to retain his original form now or go back to Vanov or something else.
He'd better. If he stays on board, then he is to be himself.
I fully agree with that, Mr. Smoke. I have not had a long life, but living as someone you're not seems like the worst punishment you could envisage on a person.
You should never run away from who you are.
And the ship then turns to make its final approach onto the jetty, and your conversation is interrupted by the barking of orders, Lash encouraging the exchanging of ropes and the hard work, and the ship kind of pulls in and gets tied off. So there's a few kind of like lowly dockhands. They look almost like peasants in really tattered clothes. They pull the ropes tight, and you see the imposing figure of the human dockmaster. He is a huge man, human, like I say. The dockmaster, was a half elven woman in Silvercrest who was like very kind of official and studious. This dockmaster looks to take a personal interest in each and every ship that comes into Ironguard. He's a man in his late 50s. He has an eye patch over his right eye that hides a long scar that goes from central point of his head to across his cheek. He has a beard that just grows out from under his chin, so he's like clean cheeks but long, protruding grey beard. He has a massive blue overcoat and pauldrons on the top of it, crossing over with like leather fasteners. And he walks with a little bit of a limp. As he kind of comes up, he demands, "Who be the captain? This ship is not scheduled to arrive in Ironguard."
I'll go and approach.
"Ah, Tabaxi. You lot don't usually sail in."
I wish we'd had the pleasure of running to a schedule, but as you can see, we've run into quite some trouble on the seas.
That ship looks like it barely float. It's a disgrace.
We're lucky it hasn't sunk yet. You don't know what we've been fighting on the ocean. I'm smoking mirror. I go to shake his hand.
He produces a hooked hand and just nudges your knuckles with it. Grandal Wolfscar.
Who now?
Grandal. I'll put it in the chat.
Whoa.
Nice.
Pretty pirate.
Just because he's got a hook doesn't make him a pirate.
You see now that the limp was owing to a peg leg. And yeah, eye patch, peg leg, hook for a hand. He's seen his fair share. He's seen his fair share of like naval scrapes. And yeah, he literally just kind of surveys the ship, and he shakes his head and tuts. You'll need an upgrade or two if you're to set back out to sail within a 10-day.
I should think so.
Tell me, what's your business in Ironguard? And what did you fight out there on the Gulf?
We stopped in Ironguard, honestly, because it's the closest shore we had since fighting what we did, which was a terrible dragon.
A dragon? Ha 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 ha. And you lived to tell the tale.
Aye.
That's most impressive. Lads! And he's like, summons like a few like dock hands and shipwrights. Looks like the crew of the... I'm sorry, what was the ship's name?
Do we agree on Starseeker?
No, that's her.
The Lady of the
Sad.
Waves is the name of the ship.
Oh, the Lady of the Waves. Yeah.
We are star seekers.
Got it. I've got it written right here.
Looks like this lady was too much for a dragon. And they all like start laughing like, ah, ha, ha, ha. Oh. You must forgive me. Stories of dragons don't come through these port too often. And usually it's after one too many rums.
Well, I'll have my bard tell you the tales in exchange for a few ales for me and my crew.
That's an offer we can't refuse.
I'll wave over Sunshine.
Oh my god, I was wondering, what did you mean?
He's a bard, isn't he?
Yeah. He heroically plumps himself down after swinging to your side, Smoke, and he's like,
Oh.
Sunshine at night at your service. Now, I tell you, I've spent more of the last day just trying to get over the things we saw, let alone write songs about it. But I will more than happily try and entertain these interesting-looking humans.
They're gonna kick us out.
Yeah, but we've got about 90 minutes. Everyone go and get what you need.
I need it's gonna take more than that to fix the ship, Smoke.
Okay. I am gonna get you, Smoke, to make a performance roll for Sunshine. He gets a +6 bonus now.
Nice.
Good lad.
Yeah.
Oh, crit! Yes!
What the hell?
Go on, Sunshine.
Everything's
Crit
turned out
City.
sunshine.
So, after, like, you get the impression, Smoke, or you know that a lot of the reason for Sunshine's, like, inadequacy is just a lack of experience. He's well-meaning, but he hasn't really had many adventures. But you see this 10-day or more on the waves has been the becoming of Sunshine. And he brings forth a fiddle and he scrapes the whatever the thing that you play a fiddle with is called across the strings. Yeah, the bow. There you go. And like the Pied Piper, he leads these dock hands and shipwrights in a song about a terrifying blue dragon and the Lady of the Waves meeting in combat. And, he kind of permeates all of his lyrics with theatrical flourishes and solos corresponding to lightning strikes and
Is it a little rap in style?
Sure, yeah. He's literally like skipping between barrels as everybody who follows him kind of claps to the rhythm. The captain nods in approval. You've really lifted the morale of the lads with your stories, Captain. In fact, I'll go as far as to offer you a free upgrade to this piece of shit you've dragged into my port. That's what you get for a crit.
Nice.
Just tell us what you want
Nice.
upgrading, and we'll make it sing for you.
Nice.
Oh, that's going to be the sails. I'll take that shitty brown linen off. We need to try and sell that crap.
You can take it in as payment.
Well, yeah. So repairing the ship's hull will cost you money and time, but repairing the sails will now be done for free.
Nice.
Oh
Nice.
shit!
So we
Um,
lose. Yeah.
So, sorry, how many hit points are now remaining of the ship? Oh, and what's the maximum? Sorry.
That's 300 maximum, and we were down to 283. So we'd lost 17.
Oh, it's really not that much.
But I have the helm
Yeah.
at 37. I don't know if that had been updated since. Maybe I've got that wrong.
The helm is 39 out of
39
50.
out of 50.
Jacob did some running repairs on it.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
The sails, I'm not sure what the sails were on.
0.
And then, yeah, but I'm not sure what they were on with the repairs with
Makeshift.
the linen and stuff.
Yeah.
Well, what
and then
what are the sales max?
100.
100.
Yeah. Okay. They'd be on like 11,
Fine.
but they're getting repaired for
Iron
free.
Guard.
Yeah, no, it was good work.
Yeah. And the
Okay.
ballista and the mangonels were also affected as well. They've both lost 17 too.
Okay, so you need you know you need a full overhaul of your ship basically.
Yeah, we're
It's
gonna
fucked.
spend a
Everything
few
happens.
days here. I would assume.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We could let the crew go on, have a bit of shore leave as well.
Yeah.
Now that we're closer to
recoup
Last
for it.
Hollow, this is the best place to find out more accurate information about getting there, I think.
And what to expect there. Jacob, the letter to Jacob said there'd been trouble, so.
Hmm.
And then you want to find out.
Yeah,
about
maybe you
Cloak
should
and
find
Gear
out
too?
if you anyone
Yeah,
knows.
John.
Sorry.
Jacob, as the bosun, I'm going to let you roll for this free ship upgrade. Or it's a movement upgrade, so it's most likely the sails, but it might not be. The sails will be repaired regardless. So I need you to roll a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Roll me a d6. Just tell me what it is because I'm on a different screen.
6.
6. Sorry, just scrolling. Okay, yeah, it's a sail upgrade.
How
You speak to the shipwrights and dock hands, and it will take. In fact, roll me another d6.
Don't roll
Another
6
6.
again. No. God damn it.
6 days.
So, in 6 days, the denizens of Iron Guard will hand stitch you mithril sails.
Oh my God.
What does that mean?
Mithril sails means they're called
AC and
Defiant
HP.
Sales. It says these sails glitter with a fine coat of mithril treated abjuration magic. While the sails are unfurled, ranged weapon attacks against the ship and anyone aboard it are made at disadvantage.
Oh, holy shit.
That
This is
is
so good.
Brilliant.
Amazing.
I take it the AC. and
The
HP.
drawback is that if anyone's on the ship, then obviously the sails have no effect.
Yeah. Do they have? Is it still AC of 12 and HP of 100?
Yes. However,
Yes.
every attack's a disadvantage.
Very cool.
That is sick.
So yeah, but you've got to stay for 6 days to get them. Unfortunately.
I mean,
Which is probably it's a few days. It's gonna be for the everything else to be repaired, right?
Yeah, you would be here for a
Oh.
few days anyway, so it only probably results in a couple of extra days, maybe.
it's
Okay.
just time
Yeah.
to get rumors and.
How much is it gonna cost us to, like, are we gonna leave everybody on the ship and us board on land, or how are we gonna do it? Are we all gonna stay on the ship?
I'll just arrange costs. Bear with me, just while I'm on it. I would like you to roll quartermaster this time. I would like you to roll a just straight up charisma check.
Oh no.
Well, this is gonna go well. Another.
We're missing 68 HP worth of stuff. Oh.
Not bad.
Yeah, so it's really not bad. So in order to repair your weapons, your hull, and your helm is going to cost you 300 gold. It's really not that much because you're not missing that much HP across those three things.
Mhm.
Weapons, hull, and what was
Helm.
the last one? Helm.
Yeah, 300 gold.
How much food did we have, Quartermaster?
We have 8 days worth of food.
So, question is, are we? So, well, we need food for the 6 days now, right? Just sitting here.
Yeah.
So we need to buy. We need to buy rations. And how far did we say from here to Last Hollow? Or
That'll be an investigation check if you're asking around and talking about routes and if there's a cartographer or an experienced sailor, you'd be able to find them and ask them. But it's unclear at this time.
I think also if we give the sailors some shore leave here, they can come and sleep on the ship if they want. They can go and stay in places of ill repute if they wish. They can get food from a tavern if they also wish. They can do whatever they want. We don't have to worry as much about feeding them
really,
when they're
isn't
on
it
shore leave.
customary for the ship to provide that? No. For
They're on shore
If
leave.
you want to pay for your crew to board and eat ashore, then you can. Otherwise, they will
Stay on the ship.
tuck into the rations.
Could I potentially, if I were to give some coin out of my own pocket to the crew and just say thanks for your hard work, go and treat yourself to an ale, get some food, stay somewhere comfortable, that could maybe affect the loyalty, but I don't know how much it would also cost.
So for 13 crew members who are already very loyal,
Was it not
or
11?
whether
crew
it do anything
members?
for the quality, I don't know.
yeah, we've got 11.
quality
11.
11
crew.
crew. Sorry, you're
Two
right.
dice.
Sorry, yeah.
Maybe 12 because we're counting Troll.
No, he won't count as a crew member unless you're absorbing him into the crew, by which case he won't make any rolls or.
But I think that's what we're doing with it,
Yeah.
right?
Okay, put the change
Characters, you
amongst
don't
the
really
crew.
want to play two characters all this time, do you?
I'm happy to do either, whatever the group decide.
No,
He is quite good at quite a lot of things, and he would be a good person to have in a fight potentially.
He can still. Oh, so if he's absorbed in a crew, he doesn't have a token, so he doesn't fight.
Exactly.
I mean, I don't mind him being. We can decide what he does and stuff, but it was just clear that he has to have he can't hold any officer position now, basically.
So he'd be a passenger rather than a crew member, but he will help out.
Like Geordie.
Yeah.
Just do whatever you guys tell him to do.
So
Those
we're on
guys.
11 crew.
Okay, so 11 crew. You're gonna do you want to put them all up for 6 days?
Yeah.
The whole 6 days.
Yeah. What would it cost if I was to give him 6 days of decent, go and get a tavern and some food and stuff?
So for a crew member, to get food and board for 6 days, I'm going to say be 2 gold pieces per day. So 12 per crew member. So 12 sixes are 72. So 72 gold for the whole crew.
Okay.
Food and board for 6 days.
Yeah, I can easily do
pocket
that.
Pocket change for smoke.
Yeah.
Do we need to spend that on ourselves too?
Yeah. If you we can deduct that now. So that would be 12 gold each.
I was going to say that food Jacob would go, but he'd want to stay near the ship, especially with it being repaired as bosun.
Okay, so if you're staying on the ship, then it would be only 6 gold for you to get food.
Fine.
So who's going to front Tilly the cash?
Oh, I will.
Oh, I'll do it.
Thank you.
Oh,
If you're
6
paying for the
each.
crew, I'll
6
pay
each,
for Tilly.
Kirsty.
All right. Okay. Fair's fair. Paying for the ship repairs, is that coming out of
That's
Our
just gonna
money?
have to be out of the. No, that's just gonna have to be out of the
No,
ship
that's
money.
gotta be
It's
for
for the
the ship's
ship,
money.
so yeah.
We're gonna come back. We're gonna come back owing money to Casper.
Yeah, fuck it. You don't understand what we've been through, Casper. You come and fight the fucking dragon next time.
So the food we need. Oh, so first we need to make some rolls for room or information, and then based on that we buy supplies.
I think. Yeah, we wanted to go. Yeah, although he said he'd be sleeping on the ship, Jacob would want to go into the port in the day. He'd want to find out rumors about less about how to travel to Last Hollow, but more about any rumors coming out of it.
Okay, I will tell you that the inn that you are all staying at is a converted old mill just on the hillside overlooking the dock. It's got like a corrugated iron roof, sort of old industrial building, small square windows, and it's been painted white. And it looks like it's been repainted many, many times to cover up the bird shit that it's just covered in. It's called the Sudden Falcon Inn. Yeah, and it's got a big blue bird painted like next to the sign.
Does it look surprised?
Yeah.
Does the bird look surprised? Nice.
Yeah. So yeah. Who's investigating for rumors?
I think Jacob in the main room is right. Yeah.
All right. Okay, Jacob, roll me an investigation check.
Oh, that's really low for Jacob.
Yeah. Bear with me.
That's 12.
Yep.
Yeah, that's pretty sick.
How?
He's got expertise in investigation and stealth and thieves' tools, and perception. This is rogue shit.
Just rogue shit. Yeah.
Expertise.
Okay, I'm going to get you, I'll get somebody else to roll me a history check as well. Just like, what do you hear about the town? What do you find out about it as you're kind of moving around? So it's not necessarily investigation, it's just shit you pick up as well. There's someone else.
I've got +1. So
Yeah, better than me.
I've got 0.
-1.
11.
Okay. So, I'll start with that because it's a bit more thematic, and then it'll give a bit more context to the rumors which Jacob finds. Iron Guard, you get the impression, was another human settlement town established around the time of the settlement wars, if not a little bit before. Sorry, before that even. Sorry. So I'm going to say it's a little bit older than Silvercrest. Is my find? It's actually a few hundred years old. This one is considerably more kind of like war torn. It's still got a very strong military tradition, but many of the descendants of that initial conflict turned their hands towards piracy, forgery. It's a bit more of a lawless land. And that's really a result of Iron Guard suffering massive losses. Whereas Silvercrest was like successfully defended in the settlement wars, Iron Guard and its armies and its ships were, 2 generations ago, completely obliterated. So really, this fledgling and fragile community is just, they don't tell many tales of heroes. There's lots of pessimism, and they're really just, there's less of a community spirit and like national identity, and more everyone kind of being out for themselves. You don't hear much more than that with that history check, but the investigation check, Jacob, the rumor that I have found for you is like, when you go into the into the dock region, and you hear some of the agricultural workers talking about how skeptical they are of newcomers, and they're not a very religious bunch either. They kind of see the kind of insignia on a few people, of Mistra and the kind of stars, that kind of iconography. And it reminds them of the last time a religious organization attempted to influence Ironguard. Recently, maybe a couple of years ago. You just hear these two people kind of chatting with each other. It's like, oh, remember when they took over the old monastery? Aye. It didn't go well for them, did it? No, we never saw them again. Rumour has it, though, that monastery, still people there. Still people praying. And if you listen very quietly at night, you can hear ghostly prayers on the wind. No, shut up. They just left. They went somewhere else, didn't they? Well, just saying. That's just what I heard. So yeah, a semi-superstitious kind of small town rumor. Ghosts in an old monastery. You hear, Jacob, that monastery is located in a place called Iron Hill.
Is it like close by to the city?
Yeah, it's not far.
Okay.
Cool.
He would not those guys specifically, but he'd approach maybe the tavern keep. Say, we've been traveling a while. Have you heard anything from further ahead from last holo? I've got gold if you've got information.
The tavern keep of the Sudden Falcon is a half-elf female called Justine Greenshot.
Knowing that the conversation will probably be in Elvish then.
Well, make a perception check.
Okay.
Yeah, you spot her semi-elongated ears. And she's quite surprised as you kind of approach speaking in her mother tongue. So in this much more kind of melodious tongue that's much less gruff than the common parlance in Ironguard. Last Hollow, it's a long way away. Why do you want to go there?
I was born there, if you'd believe it. I've been away for a long time. I'm going back.
We had a few ships come in from Last Hollow. Oh, can't remember. I'm just going to make a little check. Oh, actually, now I can remember. Yeah, a few ships came in from Last Hollow. Maybe 10 days ago. 3 of them. Not sure if they were on a flotilla or whether it was just perchance that they all turned up at once. There was they were wearing Last Hollow colours. What are the 2 Last Hollow colours, Jacob?
Purple and yellow.
Purple and yellow. LA Lakers of Last Hollow.
Are they? I don't follow football.
Last Hollow Lakers.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, bedecked in purple and yellow they were. charming bunch. Not sure if they were here to resupply, pick up some crew, or whether any of them still might be here. With that roll, she will remember the name of one of the ships. Jacob,
Okay.
if you want to roll 2d100, I'll tell you. Or is it 2? Sorry, it might be 2d20, actually. Yeah, 2d20. I'll tell you what the ship's called.
A 16 and a 14. Where were those high rolls before?
That is really fucking cool.
It rolled cool on the table.
The last Huller ship that did dock here within the last 10 days called the Royal Blood.
Ooh.
Holy shit! That sounds like your dad was on it.
Yeah.
Like a royal, like. Yeah. Oh, the royal blood. Okay.
Do you want to make a history check?
Yeah.
See if you remember the Royal Blood.
Come
I do
The
remember
actual fuck.
What are all these crits?
This is so good.
It's insane today. Insane.
The Royal Blood was your father's ship.
Oh. The royal blood, are you sure?
Aye, quite certain.
It's a long way from home. That's okay. That's the Archduke's ship, isn't it? Sure it is.
It could have been. It did certainly arrive with some pomp and ceremony. I don't pay too much attention, though. They didn't stay here.
No. Thank you. Thank you for the information, and I'll tip her a gold piece for the information.
Your crew come in and they're basically all just getting rat-arsed on shore leave immediately. Yeah, okay. What
Yeah.
else are you doing?
Well, if they're all just coming to get rat-arsed, I'll tip her another gold or two and say, keep an eye on them for me.
Yeah. I'm going to make you see. Well, in fact, I'll make the captain roll for me if you would. Just roll me a d20. This is going to be the crew's charisma bonus. See, well, see how they behave themselves or not while they're here.
Oh man.
I knew that was coming.
Oh, from the sublime to the ridiculous. Your crew misbehave. They are getting shit-faced. You obviously that'll unfold over 6 days, but all Jacob would see at that point is, a distinct desire to get drowned in as much ale as possible, as quickly as possible.
It's when you see people ordering too many drinks right off the bat, and you're like, "Oh no!"
They saw.
You want 4 Jaeger bombs? It's 9 o'clock.
They saw some shit though. Like I mean,
Someone's over the yardarm somewhere.
Yeah.
they saw some shit.
They did.
Yeah, true.
Okay. Do you mind if we just take 2 minutes, guys?
That's
fine.
Sure.
Yeah, just be 1 minute.
This session has not gone exactly the way I expected. But it's so much fun. think he said it in the WhatsApp group. Sort of place where you might be able to find some magic stuff.
Mm.
You all right, Dan?
Yep. So, what's happening? What are you doing next?
I did want to just actually give a job to Tilly.
Ooh,
Um,
she's so excited about helping.
and
Yay.
and Geordie actually. I wanted to ask if she and Geordie will go and find the appropriate place to investigate if they've had problems with the fishing supplies. And
Yeah.
if necessary, maybe hopefully you can be a bit convincing and warn again. You know, it's a factor of you'll have to find who's the best person to speak to, I think. But
Yeah, absolutely. She's totally. In fact, I was thinking of asking for that. She would suggest that they go and speak to the captain of the fishing vessel that we saw.
mhm.
Um, and yeah, she'd be totally up for that.
Okay. So you want to do that now?
I mean, unless someone else wants to do something before.
At some point, Mia would probably look into what Iron Guard has to trade.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So Jacob's going shopping, Mia's going trading, Tilly's going investigating. All right. So, Tilly, do you take Thule with you?
Um, that's a good question. I think she wouldn't be opposed to it, though she would approach him and ask him like if he wants to be a part of this crew. Does he want to leave, and is he comfortable enough to leave in like his own form and stuff? So she'd like sure she would go and ask him about the you've seen what's happening with the fishes, and we'd want to go and speak with the captain about the fish. Me and Jordy, our captain, Smoke asked us to do that. So maybe do you want to join us?
Yeah, I could come. It would be nice to get some see the sky and not be down in this brig.
Yeah, I think they allowed me to let you out, and they want you to stay. They're okay with you to stay if you want it.
Well, I certainly don't want to have to start again. So yeah, I'd like to stay, I think. It's not it's not nice being chased out of places and having to run and never come back.
Okay, come with us then.
Okay.
The more fragile Thule, self-conscious in their own form, takes the hand of the ever optimistic Matilda Hollytop, and make their way towards the now docked Twilight Hook.
Can we take
Um,
Jordy with us too?
Yeah. Geordie wanders gormlessly behind you, taking in the sights. You have to look back a couple of times as a couple of like dockside vendors are trying to tempt him with various lots of junk, and he's just very easily drawn in.
Come on, then. We don't have all day.
Oh, sorry, I just never seen such pretty necklaces before.
This
I
is
love him.
this is a very different town to Silvercrest, isn't it?
Yeah, like
Feels different.
people seem unafraid here. There's lots of bad vibes at Silvercrest in the past few months.
Mm.
And you get the impression that Geordie's just incredibly empathetic, if not very insightful.
Mm-hmm. She's
Uh,
she's all up on yeah.
Yeah, and he ends up spending a couple of copper on like handcrafted like coral necklace.
Roadside Etsy.
Yeah, literally. Etsy is the name of the seller. She's a tiefling. No.
God damn it! Another thing to add to the list there, Kirsty.
I'm on it.
Yeah, we've tried
So
to
yeah,
locate the ship.
you approach this massive galleon. It's the biggest ship in Irongard currently, and like I say, it's got these cranes built into it. And what kind of sticks out about this is that whereas most fishing vessels and most vessels that you've seen at sea, obviously powered by sails, this one doesn't seem to go very far, but it's powered by oars, like a whole kind of like row of oars on each side, and where the sails would be are two cranes for dumping like huge nets in the water, and they're both full. And it absolutely stinks in this side of the Irongard docks.
Just like normal fish smell, or like rotten, evil panaku fish smell.
Make a perception check. It definitely smells worse than usual, like more than just bad fish.
Yeah.
And as you approach, you see the captain, or presumably the person in charge. He is rollicking some of his fisherman crew. He's literally got one of them in the gallows on the docks, and he's whipping them.
Oh, whoa.
Jesus.
And as you approach, there's just a crowd of people kind of watching this spectacle. And this captain is a heavy set, bald man who's got like, rolls in the base of his neck around his skull and really broad shoulders. He's wearing like a sleeveless kind of vest, and you see both of his arms adorned with tattoos. He's got chains wrapped around his wrists, and his huge whip, he's letting it crack across the back of this particular labourer. And he seemingly blaming some of the people on board for the shit that they've dredged up. He knows the fish are bad, and he's blaming the crew for it. You'll be the death of me. You've got me ruined. The Twilight Hook doesn't bring such shit back into shore. And you just hear like, ah!
I'm looking at sort of looking at Thule and like, this is horrible.
It doesn't smell
stop
right.
this? Should we stop him? Is that something we should do? I don't like him doing this.
I mean, you saw what she was like on our ship. So obviously that's his way.
Wait,
We shouldn't get into a fight, not with only the three of us here. Wait, Jody's still here? Yes, he is.
I'm going.
Geordie's literally like just eating some rations, watching like.
Okay, I'm going to try. I have to try. And she sort of raises her hand like she's in school. It's like, excuse me, it's not their fault.
Make a performance check to see if you can attract this captain's attention.
Nope. Excuse me.
As you step forward and try and raise the attention, the reverse crack of the whip almost hits you at your feet, and as it flings forward, whoosh, it cracks back off the back. You hear it. Ah!
I think she jumped back and like fell on her butt and like scream and like.
Geordie, without without taking his eyes off you, actually just picks you up and like pats you on the head.
Oh, thank you. I really want to talk to him, but he doesn't seem to notice me.
I mean, do you want me to get his attention?
If you could. He seems very scary, though.
Well, might as well use it. Thule is going to glow slightly at this point.
If they're
And
all
he's
gonna start killing you, I'm gonna run away. I'm just saying.
no, he's just going to get massive.
Remind me of this
Literally.
ability. Do you want to just post it in the old chat there, if you can?
Yes.
That might be a misjudgment. I'm just saying.
Just large. He just becomes big.
So this kind of grey, feeble-looking changeling starts hulking out.
Basically, yeah. I become a large creature, and everything I'm wearing, my plate armor, the sword, the shield that he carries, all just becomes large with him.
Oh my!
As the captain of this ship draws back the whip for another crack, you can see he's kind of feeding off the shock and awe of the crowd. And when he starts to realize that his whip crack is not having the same effect, he turns round to see that same crowd no longer looking at the crew member in the gallows, but looking at you, Thule. And they're all like,
My friend wanted a word with you. And he's saying that he's trying to be sort of like powerful and strong and intimidating at this point.
okay, make an intimidation check. You do it at advantage, seeing he's just fucking grown in size.
He's got
12.
advantage on it anyway.
Yeah, he kind of starts winding up his whip and looks a little bit skeptically at this big grey creature, and then looks down as Tilly approaches.
Hello. I'm sorry. I just wanted to talk to you.
Is that big thing with you?
Yes, but he's no threat to you.
He looks like a giant. Is he a giant?
Maybe. I'm not too sure. I've not known him for a long time. But he's no threat to you, I promise.
I didn't see him before.
My
What
name's
do you want?
my name's Matilda, and his name is Thule, and that one over there is Geordie, and and we just came to Iron God. It's a stop on our way further, and I wanted to just have a word with you because you you s- you've seen what's happening with the fish in the sea, and
I have. Is this something to do with you? Is it? What about him? What's going on here?
it's not. I promise you. I know you have no reason to believe me, but second, and she'll like try to grab um a fish from a barrel, like stinking fish from a
Sure,
barrel,
yeah, it would be one within arm's reach.
and she'll. Is it dead?
Yeah.
So she pick one that's dead, so I don't do this again. And she like put both hands on it and speak quietly to it, and then cast purify on it.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, you pick one of the sludgier fish. But given that this is like a regular fish, the changes are not as obvious or apparent. However, you bring the change into focus by casting this spell. I'm going to get you to make a persuasion check at advantage because you've used a spell to kind of assist you in
Okay.
your explanation.
My persuasion is not great, But holy shit.
Mhm. You seem to profess more knowledge than my crew about whatever's wrong with a fish at the moment. My name's Alvis. Alvis Coralthorn.
That is an amazing name.
At this
Tell me.
point, Thule will probably shrink back down to normal. It's been about a minute.
Yeah. Tell me. What's got the fish all slimy and dark? They smell so bad. I thought one of my crew members had done something to spoil the catch. But it
They
seemed unlikely to me, not that I'd admit it to them. Because there's so much of it is awful.
they really didn't have anything to do with it. You shouldn't be so harsh to them. I am a druid, you see, and what I have just done is, with the power of nature, I I've cleared the corruption. We came from Silvercrest, very far away. We took many days to get here, and the fish over there and everywhere on the way that we could see are the same. The sea life is corrupted by something very dark and sinister and not really from our world. Um, we have come across it, me and my companions, and we really, whenever we see people, we try to warn them about it. You you can't eat this, even if you feel like you maybe cleaned it or you got to the better parts inside, or you can't even, you shouldn't even be touching them. That it brings disease and corruption to anybody who comes into contact with them. You should dump it immediately.
Well, I will forward your claims to the dockmaster. Say, could you do that again?
I I I could, though I am pretty tired. Um, I would have to take a rest. However, I I could help you out. Not probably not with the entire haul, but maybe with a few barrels,
Mm,
if that makes any difference. Do you know any druids?
no. Magic users
Uh,
beyond my purview.
if there were any in like the groves or the hills or the forests around this place, then they could surely help you. But I don't know this place. I've never been here before.
Tell you what, if you can use your magic to save me a few barrels, I'll pay you. I can't turn up empty-handed.
I'd be happy to do it. No payments necessary.
Well, I'd insist. You'd be helping me keep my reputation intact.
If a part of the deal could be that you let them go and not be so harsh to them, then yes, we have a deal.
With that persuasion check, you would succeed. And if you spend over the course of the next 2 days, all of your magic that you can purifying, he will give you 20 gold pieces a day. So 40 gold pieces if you spend a couple of days like working at the docks for Alvis Coralthorn. You
Yeah,
get the impression that it would save some other ship hands or fishermen
well,
more of his
she's
wrath.
she's totally absolutely into it, and plus, I mean, it's food for people, right? This is something that she's very close to, and perhaps he can even, like, um, point us in the right direction as far as resupplying food supplies.
Yeah, which Mia is on with
Yeah,
at the minute. But yeah, we can say that all this information gets
maybe I
exchanged.
give her advantage or something on whatever.
Sure, sure.
It is.
So yeah, Geordie helps out as well. He like helps you sort out like the good fish, and there are some. So it was poor rolls that have basically made you see the extent of some of the corruption up to now. But you can see that although the corruption is spreading and it's definitely taken, he can probably save about 2/3 of his haul, and you help him with the other third.
Okay, okay. Yeah. So yeah, that spell clears up a 5 foot square of food. So like
Yeah, I'm gonna.
one use
That's
of
a
a spell.
barrel. I'm just gonna say
That's
it's a
barrel.
barrel.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
she could definitely help, and she'd be very very happy with doing so. And she'd very much like Thule to help as well. Um, in fact, she's going to be trying to get close to him. She kind of feels responsible a little bit for, um, for him. He sees this sort of a little bit of tragic thing, and a sort of, um, she's very
There's a
emphatic,
kinship there you've
and and
already
and
alluded
additionally,
to.
what I
Yeah.
mentioned to Gareth before is that obviously it turns out that he could be a very good source of help as far as controlling the thing that she needs to learn how to control, because that's literally what he was going through. It's different, I know. It's not
Yeah.
wild shape.
No,
It
you
is
made that
different, but
clear. That's
yeah,
that's totally it's a good narrative reason for them to stick together.
I think we
sure.
not even thought until it came up in session.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
So who wants to go next? You
Yeah,
want
do
to
you
go,
want to
Mia?
go
You
shopping?
going to do the trade good stuff?
Sure.
Sure.
This is like the next day or something, or
Yeah, you
is it
could. You spend the night. You spend the night with some rowdy crew members who challenge you to a few drinking games, Mia. Which, given your newly rediscovered taste buds, you're more than happy to partake in. So I'm going to get you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay.
Oh yeah, you drunk some of those fools under the table. You're feeling fresh as a daisy this morning as you set out to try and procure some trade goods. So I'd like you to make an investigation check at advantage, given that Tilly would have given you the heads up.
Okay.
Okay, so this port is not as well furnished as Eastcliff, or to be honest, even what the shit you found at Oddwater Cove. So I'm going to get you to roll 2 D100 for me, please.
Okay.
28 and
28
15. Okay, 28. Mm-hmm. Okay, so you find a lot of kind of dried fruits, and so figs, olive oil, date, and marmalade. Figs, olive oil, dates, and marmalade.
Mm-hmm. Sounds pretty vegan. Sounds like Tilly will be into it.
That will cost you. Sorry. I'm just going to I'm going to round it.
Oh, this is trading, not really for cooking, isn't it?
Yeah. So, the figs, you get 5 £30 jars at 15 gold pieces each. So 5 times 15.
Uh-huh.
The olive oil, you get 5 big tubs of that at 30 gold pieces each.
Uh-huh.
The dates, 4 tubs of that at 12 gold pieces each.
Uh-huh.
And marmalade, 5 jars of that are 15 gold pieces each.
For 15. Okay.
It's all non-perishable shit that'll keep for a long time.
And do I get the feel from whoever's selling them to me that they're doing me a good deal? Can I use my insight?
Yeah, well, that was only the first roll. Do you want to do the second roll
No.
first?
Sure.
Yeah. So that was like other dried fruit and shit. So what was the second roll?
It was 15.
15. Oh, okay.
Total, she rolled a dragon.
Oh, okay. Here we go. You get ginger, sugarcane, almonds, and pine nuts.
Mm. Okay.
Okay, so the ginger, 3 £19 pots of ginger, 60 gold pieces each.
Oof.
Very valuable ginger.
Ginger shuffins, Mayor.
Yeah. There's 13 pound pots. Oh, sorry, no, there's 2 13-pound pots of sugarcane. So the 2 sugarcane pots will be 26 gold pieces each.
Mm-hmm.
Almonds will be 2 pots for 28 gold pieces each.
Yeah.
And the pine nuts will be 2 for 44 gold pieces each.
Pine nuts, man.
So lots of nuts, spices, dried fruits, and preserves.
Yeah. Okay.
Given their relative lack, because you rolled like you only had 2 opportunities to buy rather than 4 and 5, which is what we've had previously. You get the impression that these people would be keen to sell. Sorry, not keen to sell. So keen to buy off you. So
I
you've got trade goods to
see.
sell.
Yeah. Okay.
So do you?
Yeah.
If you buy what you have found for the total, which is I don't know how much. Do you want to total it up or?
Might have to give me a minute. I haven't been
Yeah.
doing it as I go along. Mm. Wow, what's 28 times 2? 56?
54? 56. Yeah, 56.
I think it comes to 724 gold in total, if that was everything.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like they're, it's meager in terms of your purchasing power. However, they want supplies, and you get the impression they're willing to pay good money for some of your supplies.
Okay.
So you can choose what you want to sell, and then we can make a persuasion check to see how good a price you get. It's going to be a decent price to start with because they want to buy. But
Okay.
how much extra profit you can make will be dictated by your rolls.
Yeah.
This is the time.
Maybe. Huh?
This is the time to crit again. Cool.
Maybe I'd look at how much of their furs and hides they might want to buy.
So, do you want to sell me? Go on, sell me some furs. You see this trader. They are a half orc, burly. They've got kind of like half rimmed glasses and a receding hair that's tied back into like a ponytail at the back. Yeah, he runs a big warehouse in town. He's very grateful that you've managed to buy some, of his preserves and spices.
Well, I was going to keep a hold of these at least until we got to the last hollow, but maybe you'd be interested in some of these furs. I've got wolf, I've got deer, bear, and rabbit.
From across the Isles, you say? Where did you get them from?
All the way across the Crystal Bay.
Crystal Spear?
Not quite, but near.
Okay. There's some
These
nice.
furs were on board a ship that fought a dragon.
Wait a minute, that ship. That story that bard was telling down the docks last night. That's that's a real ship.
That's a real ship. That's our ship. And I'm not saying that the furs are imbued with any sort of bravery, but I mean, they could be.
Okay.
They feel weighted.
Given, I'm going to say that your reputation, now that you've tied it into that song, which was a crit, obviously, I'm going to make you make a persuasion check at advantage.
I mean, deception.
They were on board the ship.
She wasn't saying that they were imbued with bravery.
Oh,
are you kidding me?
What did I say? What did I say?
This is a joke.
Give us all the money.
I'm quitting D&D.
Give us your money.
You will be able to sell all your furs for 2.2 times the price.
Yes, that's the deal. We'll do
so
that.
You're more than doubling your money.
That is sick.
Yeah, we needed that.
That is beautiful.
Yeah.
Maybe we're not gonna lose caster money.
Yeah, we'll do all of it.
Yeah, how much does that come to?
I'm just doing some maths.
Mm-hmm. Do you want to? Shall I leave you with that, and we can do Jacob's shopping, or do you want to? Yeah. No pressure. Okay. Jacob, as you make your way through the commercial side of town, it's like you've got like commercial. It's not a district, but you've got like shops and stalls that seem to just sell produce directly out of the warehouses. So you've got like the big warehouses, and at the open doors, you've got like people selling like very specific wares that were made in that warehouse. So you have to kind of do a fair bit of exploring to find what's out there. So there's not many kind of communal merchants here. It's not really a shopping town, but there are weapons available if you know where to look. So I'm going to get you to make an investigation check if you are looking for weapons. Okay, what kind of weapons are you looking for?
Well, he's got a scimitar that he uses, so he's looking for a better scimitar. A better sword to fight with when his magical sword is off dancing. Something silvered or +1 or.
Hold on. Yep. With that roll, you go down and you kind of look you know from a distance what kind of swords you're interested in, and you see a few different sword stalls, great swords, broadswords, double-sided swords, all kinds of strange weapons. Some of them quite rustic, some of them, finely crafted. And you go past some of the rustic ones. Hold on. Yeah. When you're looking around, and it's becoming quite laborious. You're doing a lot of walking, and you double take at a scimitar that you see on a stand. This kind of weaponry is very rare. But it is a scimitar that is almost elven in design, although it's more of an appropriation rather than like genuine elven craft. The hilt is made so that it provides protection over the hand while maintaining some like aerodynamicness, and the blade is like a needle, so it's really expertly crafted for someone who only the most dexterous warriors.
That's
You see a human forge hand. Oh no, a human seller. He's got like a monocle and shaved hair at the sides, but like a really big black bristly mustache. He's wearing like as close to noble gear as you would expect to see in Iron Guard. He's kind of got ruffles, and he kind of sees you eyeing up the scimitar. He's like, "Oh, a man of taste, I see."
certainly a fine blade. Did you craft it yourself?
Indeed, I descended from a long line of swordsmiths. Sadly, since the settlement wars, I've been reduced to selling stall side rather than direct to the armies of Najarim and Last Hollow.
You know of Last Hollow?
Well, it was one of the sites of the initial victories of the settlement wars. That young pirate lord took that elven maiden and really made a success story that inspired the rest of the Isles. It was only a matter of time until places like Crystal Spear and Silvercrest followed in Last Hollow's wake.
So, you know Lecheria then. So, if I was to say I'd be interested in that sword, and if you would sell it, and at this point I show the sigil on the rapier that I'm carrying, and you'd be interested in selling it to a descendant of that line?
Oh, you're one of the Last Hollow royalty.
My name is Jacob. I'm traveling back to Last Hollow.
Well, I'm actually pleased to make your acquaintance. Not many people who pass through Irongard can afford a sword such as this.
Well, you offer me a fair price, I might take it.
A fair price, indeed. Make a persuasion check.
It's not my skill.
For you, my young lord, 10,000 gold pieces.
Ah. Well, that's too rich for my blood. I hope you find someone that'll sell it for you, that will buy it for you. But as you said, small town like this, mostly fishermen and others passing through. You'll be lucky to find somebody who can pay that.
Would you believe that's half of what I would have got for it during the settlement wars?
There was demand back. There was a lot more demand back then. A fine
Still,
blade would mean the
it's a
difference between
matter
life.
of principle. A swordsmith as talented as me will not undersell his wares, and if I have to wait, then so I shall.
Very well. It's fine work. It's a shame to see it gather dust. But
And as you
I
say
wish
that,
you
you
luck.
look and you notice that there is no dust on this magical item. And he just kind of gives you, like, raises his eyebrows. And you kind of hear him mutter something under his breath at that point.
Do I hear what that is? With
You can make a perception check.
You don't want to know. Oh shit, you're gonna know.
He remarks under his breath how far Last Hollow has fallen if a lord couldn't afford a magic item at half price.
That's a long sentence to mutter.
But not in so many words. I'm not going to insult Last Hollow. I'm not trying to wind Jacob up, but he, yeah, you see him kind of a bit disgruntled.
I wander off. I took a
thought he was
gamble
gonna-
that he'd respond the other way.
Yeah, he thought he was gonna fleece a lord. Like, I mean, you told him you're royalty. What did you expect?
Thought he would go the other way.
Yeah, I guess that's
It'd be a big
gamble.
spoon for his shop to sell to royalty.
I guess the big boon would be the money, but I guess that was worth a shot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to look around for anything else, Jacob?
Yeah, I'm gonna look around to see. In a town like this, I'm going to see if there's any divination tools for Mir. She was looking for divination items.
Divination tools. This is not
I
the
remember this.
area. This is not the area you would find divination tools, but if you're trying to look for things a little more unusual, I can see what turns up.
Yep. Yeah, I remembered what Mir was looking for.
Okay. So you wander around and you kind of come full circle and back towards the dock, and you see amidst these kind of smaller kind of pop-up markets and storefronts, one of the shops from inside, you see like flashing lights and smoke coming from the inside. It's not necessarily advertising, anything clearly as far as you can see, but it's certainly something interesting going on.
Curiosity killed Jacob. Let's go in.
Okay. As you approach, you see various works of art, some in frames, some kind of graffitied on the wall, loads and loads of frames everywhere. And as you walk in, you see a half giant kind of Goliath sat with his hands on both his knees, kind of lurched forward, and he's biting down on like a leather strap, and he's letting out some like grunts and roars. This is as a gnome with different coloured monocles is literally on his back with a needle that is infused with some magical power, and he is giving him a spell-wrought tattoo. And you see it's like, oh! And you see this like magical like flares of arcane energy kind of bouncing off the tattoo needle.
That is sick.
And as you enter, the gnome turns around and he raises one of his monocles. He's like, "Oh, hello. I'll be right. Wait, have you got an appointment?
No, I just saw the shop and thought I'd look in. I'm looking for some stuff for a friend of mine. Finish your job. Finish what you're doing. I can wait.
What do you think, Gildor? You think you can last through the rest of this session? And he puts his monocle back down, and then like whizzes his arcane needle, like revving it up. He's like, "Just do it, you little prick!" And he goes back to administering the tattoo. Another gnome, she's got a few like tattoos herself. Kind of pops up from behind the desk. Oh, hello. Sorry, I'd just come back from my lunch. Are you interested in a magical tattoo? All the sailors are getting them these days.
And what benefits? I mean, the artwork is very pretty. And you say they're magical? In what way?
Oh, well, you know, we take a lot of traditional spell recording techniques, you know, by the earliest wizards, and we just kind of give them a new medium. So, you know, as one might use a spell scroll, we think, well, why bother carrying it around in a case when you could have it tattooed in a artistic way on your arm or across your chest? You know, so it works in a similar way.
Oh, I'm not a magic caster. Not really. Doubt it would have any use for me. But
Oh,
the
you
artwork
don't
is
need
very
to be.
pretty.
The tattoo itself is imbued with the magical power needed to cast. That's the whole point.
It's like a one-use thing, like a scroll. A friend of mine's
No, it
used a
stays
scroll.
on you forever.
This sounds very interesting. I'm very interested in this.
So yeah, as she explains about how they work, I'll just paste the description.
I want one.
I've been watching your face, Kirsty.
I would like
So
one.
yeah, produced by a special needle, this magical tattoo contains a single spell up to 5th level, wrought on your skin by a magic needle. To use the tattoo, you must hold the needle against your skin and speak the command word. The needle turns that ink into the tattoo.
A single use.
Is it single use? Does it not come
Yeah,
back?
once the spell ends, your tattoo vanishes from your skin.
Oh.
There's a tattoo table. I love it.
There is, yeah. Yeah, okay, yeah, one use.
One use is still great. Like it could
Yeah.
be depending on how much it costs. Obviously, it could be something amazing. Like
These could be
especially for
special
you.
ones that are forever use.
I mean,
Nice
now
try,
that DM has mentioned it. Wow. Yeah.
So for a first, she explains, she gives the price for a cantrip or a first level spell. They will tattoo it on you generally for 100 gold pieces for a cantrip and 500 for a first level spell. Apologies. 100 for a cantrip or a first level spell.
Okay.
500 for a second or third level spell. And if you want to go and get a big piece done for a 4th or 5th level spell, I'm going to say a 4th level spell is going to be worth 3,000 gold.
Whoa.
And a 5th level spell is going to be worth 5,000 gold.
Okay. Oh, blooming hell.
We need to raid a dragon's horde, man. There's so much good shit that we
One
can
use.
buy. Yeah, it
Yeah.
is. There's so
Single
much good
use.
shit that we've seen recently that Dan showed us to buy, but we need some dragon's horde, man.
So yeah. Do you wish to make an appointment?
No, we're here for a few days. I think so.
What size are you going for? So they just basically tell me what rarity, and she'll tell you what it'll be.
I think third. Third. Medium. Like high end of medium, so third level.
Okay, so that will be like either a half sleeve or a scalp tattoo.
I think I'll go with the half sleeve.
Yeah. What design do you want, Jacob?
Something elven and twisting and natural, but also with the 7 foot, but it's also somehow incorporating the number 7 into it. So like 7 points or 7 vines twisting or
Tree of Life tattoos are very popular amongst elves.
yeah, works well. Tree of
Cool.
Life with 7 stars surrounding it.
Sure, why not?
Stop hijacking gods.
Oh, Jacob swore to Mister it a while ago.
I know. I'm just kidding.
Okay,
Yeah.
so your tattoo appointment will be in. Roll the d4 for me, Jacob.
2.
2 days.
Okay.
What's up, Kirsty? Are you looking at whether you can afford a big one?
No, make an appointment for your friend.
Well, I would tell you all about it, so I'd tell you how to find it to go yourself.
Okay.
Jacob would tell you when he got back to meet up with you guys that he found a magical tattoo shop that can tattoo a spell onto your arm or head or back.
What are you
Whatever.
gonna get, Mir?
Hmm?
What are you gonna get?
Shall we say we're reconvening in the evening after Tilly absolutely reeks, by the way. Smoke, what have you been doing?
Nothing too particular. I thought maybe I would just sort of have a wander around the town and see if there's any tabaxi around here.
Okay. Make an investigation check.
14.
Okay. So you walk around and you take in Iron Guard, this rustic former what's the word? Pilgrim town that has seen better days. And yeah, it's mostly human. You see the odd half giant, the odd half elf. Lots of drinking and merriment. It's a pirate town for all intents and purposes. And just as you're about to give up, you see the flicker of a tail just pass around a corner.
I'll follow around, I guess.
Make a perception check. You dart to the end of the road. You look left and right. Maybe your eyes were playing tricks on you. You return to the Sudden Falcon and reconvene with your crew. Unless there's anything else you'd like to do.
Oh yeah, on the way back I'll do the sending stone thing to Jade, if possible.
Okay.
I'll just say, I hope this works. That's the first few words.
Is it are you holding the earring for this? Is
Yeah,
this...
yeah.
yeah.
If I'm gathering right, that's how it works. Like sort of thing.
Mhm.
The earring is a sending stone.
It is now. Let's go.
Oh, okay. I had a sending stone in my inventory from maybe it was something else then.
But we gave it to. No, the other stone was
Thunder gave you it.
Thunder.
Yeah.
That
Oh,
gave us.
okay. Yeah.
All for the earring, though.
But I love the idea that the earring.
Yeah.
I love it as well. In fact, I don't know if you've got Jade's character sheet up, Kirsty.
Not right now, but I can do it very quickly.
Yeah, I just wanted to get you to make an Arcana check as Jade. I'm going to say, I'm going to say a 16 or more, and you've imbued it to become a sending earring.
I don't know where I got that from then. If we didn't,
It's a great idea,
yeah.
and it would have been something I would have loved to have done. So why not?
I need to put a note on these other sending stones. Can I customize it?
You should be able
Oh
to.
my god. What?
So
I've got
this
like
one was
3
from
character
Thunder.
sheets for Jade. But I think she was a warlock at the end of it, wasn't she?
Yeah, she was the warlock one. So do you want to make an Arcana check?
Yeah, I'm just loading her sheet. I'm doing it.
And now it's gonna be so sad if it doesn't work.
Oh
yes!
Nice.
Nice.
Good.
So yeah, you've not tried this before, but you get a similar vibe off the earring that you do of the sending stones you've been carrying around. So you just wonder.
Yeah, I kind of just mutter along, and I wish I could share the whole story. Oh, maybe sometime, not before long. I find myself in Irongard near Whisper Tree. I haven't met any of the Gathering Mountains clan.
That's
like probably about it. 25. That's probably about 25, is it?
Yeah.
What? It works? It works! It works, it works, it works! It works, it works, it works! Oh, hi! Bye!
Nice.
Completely useless.
You can do it again.
Yeah, Smoke's still
tomorrow.
pretty chuffed with that though. Like, we'll try it tomorrow, you know.
Nice.
Awesome.
Good. Very good.
I just wanted to let some tabaxi somewhere know that I'm on this side of the continent. Basically.
Which you didn't.
No, it didn't.
did
Well,
say
I
Irongard,
did communicate it, but whether it went in or not, that's the other question.
Okay. So your first evening after a day of commissioning ship repairs, and say some of those trades will have been done, and maybe some of these activities would have been stretched out or a few more days. So, like Tilly would be halfway through her helping with the fishing stuff. Maybe Mir would have another appointment to actually get the furs off the ship and sell them, etc., etc. So yeah, you will reconvene at the Sudden Falcon. It's noisy. It's full of shipwrights and dockhands, your crew. I'm going to say that Lash has stayed with your boat. But everybody else, Caleb, Darg, Geordie, everybody, and you would also see Sunshine trying to earn a few coin by regaling people with his newly discovered confidence.
Great. I will share with them everything I found from the captain and what I'm doing for him, and that we've warned him, and yeah, pretty much that.
Mm-hmm. So Caleb pulls a stool up. Quite like it here. There's a camaraderie and a confidence in Irongard that reminds me of how things used to be back in Baldur's Gate. Are we staying here for long, Captain?
We have a few days while repairs are being made on the ship, yes.
Dog's not much of a fan. She doesn't trust anybody. She's always been a bit more cynical. Isn't that right, Dog? It's like, aye, shut up and keep your eyes open. Watch your pockets. Yeah. Anything else anyone wants to do?
It's not a bad way to be. Don't trust people too freely. And spend your time how you will, unless there's anything that you think will be fruitful while we are here. Caleb?
Mia, there is. Mia, I found somewhere. You might like it.
Mm.
I was wandering the streets looking for a weapon or anything. There's a magical tattoo shop. I'm booked in 2 days. They can tattoo a spell onto you that you can cast from your. You cast it once, and the tattoo goes. But until then, you can just have different prices for different spells. The more powerful, the more expensive.
How does that work?
They say they tattoo it on you, and they tattoo the text of the spell onto your arm or your head or whatever. And when you want to, you can cast it, and it just casts, and it doesn't need any materials or anything. Uses the magic of the ink.
I, I mean, I want one,
I'm booked in for one.
You sound very excited about this.
but I wanna know how they do it. I wonder if they could teach me how to do it.
Ooh.
You could ask.
Probably
I think
not.
it requires special ink. There was a
Okay.
gnome tattooing a Goliath. It was very interesting.
What was he getting?
I didn't ask what spell he was getting, but it was a big piece on his back.
Okay, I'll. You have to make an appointment.
Yeah, I'll tell her where it was.
Mm-hmm.
I'll go with you. I can walk with you in the morning to show you where it is, or you can go yourself. It's your choice. But I just thought you'd love it.
Absolutely.
I've
I
booked
want to know
myself in for an
everything.
arm tattoo.
What are you gonna get?
Well, I've seen what smoke can do, and I'm thinking maybe haste.
What's that one do again? I don't know that.
It doubles my speed. It makes me harder to hit, and it gives me. Smoke used it when he arrived in his whirlpool, in his tornado at the battle against Calixeros.
Ah,
Makes you even faster
It
than
makes you
you are, Jack?
faster.
That's
Yes.
incredible.
cool.
Or then
Yeah.
there's all sorts you could use because it doesn't. It says it doesn't require anything other than the spell itself. Even somebody who isn't magical could cast it. So you could do all sorts. I
I'm
wonder
like
if it's
super
possible.
magical.
I wonder if it's possible to
I'm
use it
like
for
super
something.
magical. What's it? How does it?
What about the
tattoo-
diamond? You know that we're always looking for diamonds. You could get. Could you get one of those tattooed on you? Your
What, a diamond?
no, your spell. The spell you use to bring Warcake back.
I mean, I could, but if I've got the chance to get any spell that I want tattooed on me, it's probably going to be one that I can't learn from my god.
Can you not learn every spell? I
Ah,
thought magic was magic. I thought you could just learn anything. I don't know much about
no.
magic. Oh,
There was half of Galleon spells. I had no idea how you could do that.
I mean, I don't
I
think
wonder if
Galleon
I
knew
could
by the end what he was doing.
polymorph.
I mean,
Polymorph. Oh my word. Yeah, you could turn. You could. That would be cool.
What's it? How does a tattoo work? Jacob?
They ink you. Yeah. How does a tattoo or these tattoos?
No, a tattoo. I don't think I.
They use a needle with like ink on it, and they repeatedly stab you, and it leaves the color of the ink in your skin to make a
Okay,
picture,
okay.
a design.
That's fine. I was vaguely interested for a moment, but then I just imagined them starting on me and finishing on a bear or an elephant, and I think I'm gonna pass on that one.
I mean, that would give an interesting design change if halfway through you suddenly tripled in size.
Anyway,
Smoke, as you are returning from the bar with a few drinks, someone nudges you or pushes past you that you didn't notice. You spill all of your drinks everywhere. And a lot of your crew turn round like,
Okay, I'll just keep my cool and turn around to face whoever it was that bumped into me.
you turn and you see someone even taller and broader than you. They have dreadlocks swept over one side, huge neck muscles that kind of run into what looks like grafted metal on their skin. Long steel fangs and pointed feline ears. Watch where you're going. And he gives you like a grin.
What are you bumping into? Is it American? I recognize
Yeah.
it as. Yeah.
Yeah, you recognize him as an
American.
American. Where's your fucking metal, weakling? And he pushes you.
I'll just like brush open my furs and just show me. I'm like, here's my metal. I rely on this.
You are not from Pride Mount. Wait a minute. Which clan are you?
Distant rivers.
You're a long way from home, Distant River.
Well, since
Not even the Gathering Mountains come this far south.
Since I speak for all of the clans, I should make my way around the Isles and visit my subjects. Do you not think?
You speak for all the clans? Who are you?
Except for these American. You like to speak for yourselves, don't you? Smoking mirror.
Smoking Mirror. I've never heard of you. The clans are always too busy with their meetings and infighting to really branch out and taste what the Cerulean Isles have to offer.
And what flavors do they have to offer?
And he looks down at you. The taste of blood.
I'll just visibly roll my eyes.
You want to prove you're real Tabaxi leader? You should go to Pride Mount, he says with glee.
I've been thinking about visiting.
You should tell them I sent you. I would love to gain the credit for when they wipe the floor with you all over Clawfinger.
And what is the name of this person? I'll tell him who can't be trusted with his predictions.
My name is Elite Game.
Okay.
I will not be staying in Iron God long. But I would stay longer if you would face me in battle. If you beat me, you can say whatever you like when you get to Clawfinger. But if I beat you, then you will go and meet the Mirrorkin, my kin, as a defeated clan leader, and you will do my claim to leadership all the favors in the world.
See, your people are still stuck like tar in your old ways.
What'll it be, mirror of smoke?
Now think about it.
And he pats you on the shoulder, and you see his like metallic claws, and if you feel them, they're cold on your skin. You start to wonder if the metal, as it appears on their bodies, desensitized them in some way to their tabaxi virtues of brotherhood.
They've denounced their natural selves, haven't they?
And he wanders over to the bar, and he literally just pushes somebody like out of the way, and they go flying. And he takes a seat up at the bar. Yeah, he's got like he looks like he doesn't look like a sailor. He's got like other kind of equipment on him. He's got like ropes over his shoulder, but he's also got like a bag of feed and a grappling hook and some stirrups on his shoes.
Came by mountain. Presumably
Let's
the flying
go steal
kind.
a wyvern.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's what I wanted to ask. So, I never use this feature, but I have the Know Your Enemy feature. So if I spend a minute observing or interacting with another creature outside combat, I can learn some information. So basically, I can ask you for 2 of these characteristics, and you tell me whether he is superior, equal, or inferior to my own scores.
Okay, I need your stat block up, so bear with me.
So yeah, well, I can tell you what it is. So
okay,
the
sure.
first one I want to know is the total class levels, and mine is 12. Is he more or less or equal?
He's more.
Okay. And oops, where's it gone? His armor class is it? Mine's 21.
It's less.
Nice. I thought you were gonna
Currently.
ask, is he prettier than me?
Yeah. Presumably, he unless he were to grab a shield, he would presumably fight in the same regalia he's wearing. He has like metal skin already and stuff, right?
Yeah.
And I've seen Mirakin before,
Mm-hmm.
but who knows what he's got?
You've had your butt handed to you by American before.
Yeah, wasn't easy.
What did he want to do? He wanted to fight you like here?
All these Mirakin want to fucking fight to try and rule all the tabaxi, don't they? Troublemakers. Yeah, he wants to fight here before I leave, and he wants me to go to Pride Mount, and he wants to try and get a fight with me before I go.
Right.
Interesting.
Interesting.
Okay. So yeah, just a little bit more flavor of Iron Guard and a few more little tidbits. It's like 6 days, which is obviously like the maximum possible. But if we can deal with the certainties of what happens over the next few days, if you want to, in the next few minutes.
We did speak for very briefly about visiting that monastery. And like day 4th and 5th maybe or something.
Yeah, checking out the weird rumor monastery.
Okay. So you'd have to make a trek up Iron Hill. It's close by, but it's not an easy trek. It's the most prominent summit of the Scrap Mount Hills. There's Iron Hill, Copper Hill, and Tin Hill. And Iron Hill is the closest. Might take you a day to get up there. Go
A full
trekking up
day,
Iron Hill.
a full day of just travel.
8 hours.
Right. What do you guys think? Or should we go?
I mean,
Because we definitely, at the very minimum, we have to not move for like at least I guess like 3 days, with everything that Tilly's doing and you guys getting the tattoos. So it would be like the fourth day we could. I assume probably yes.
Yeah.
Does that
We
make sense
go-
then?
Seems about
if
right.
we've got to spend 6 days in port, going up on day 4, we've got a day to explore and then a day to get back.
Yeah, you could if you spent that much time up there. Yeah, you could come back on
It's
day 6.
doable.
Mm.
Plus, it would help to spread our. These people think well, we've already told them about the dragon, but doing good deeds here wouldn't be a bad idea either. While we're stuck in port anyway, could build a good trading relationship with them for Silvercrest in future.
Yeah, and at least we'd give you a clear like idea of what we want to do next session. If that could help probably.
Yeah.
Let's go. Let's go
I could
explore a
prep.
haunted monastery.
Unless there's nothing there and we're just gonna whiz past there. I don't know, but it sounds like it could be something there.
Mm-hmm.
Something interesting.
Okay.
That's
So
6,000 gold, so Jacob can buy a sword.
I mean, we haven't looted anything for ages. Everything that
No.
we fight just either fucking escapes or disappears or is immortal and turns into storm and goes. Like, we haven't really had anything like this.
yeah, there's been very few spoils, but that's mainly because you've been in the same place.
That's true.
You have found a lot of. When you say you haven't looted anything, you did loot the shit out of Oddwater Cove. Not that you
Yeah.
didn't
That
kill
is
anything.
true for the ship. Yeah.
Mhm.
And we also did loot the treasury of Silvercrest when we first arrived.
Yeah, it was a while ago, wasn't it?
It was. I guess. But
So-
I don't know if you guys want. I think that'd be
Bit
cool.
of adventure, actual adventuring.
Yeah.
A little
Listen
break
to a
from
rumor,
the-
go up a hill,
a little
fight
break
some
from the
ghosts.
trip.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
in the evenings. Just a very quick one. Tilly would definitely approach Smoke for a little bit of a lesson on pain management. She wants to definitely get that underway, and then what sort of like briefly what sort of like advice would Smoke give her?
What do you ask him?
So she's like, Mr. Smoke, when 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 I get hurt a lot, and quickly, I just the emotions overcome me completely. The fear, the need to preserve myself, and just completely lose control. And I really want to control that, get better at it, but I just wanted to know from someone who's taken a lot of battle scars and needed to learn how to live with pain. Maybe there's something you could teach me.
All the pain I have endured, I've endured because it has not been my pain to bear. It is on the behalf of my clan and my companions, and for the good hearts of the innocents. It is simple for me. I charge forward when there is no other choice. I endure the pain, and I suffer so others don't have to. And so these scars, I don't think of them as my own. They belong to Thunder and Coronac, Galleon, Mir, the clans. Well, you get the idea.
So, so what gives you the strength to overcome the pain is thinking of others
I suppose
in
you
that
could say
moment.
that. It's people wander around so obsessed with their own pain and suffering. They wish to avoid being poor, being hurt by their labor. They wish to avoid the pain and run from battles and in fear from monsters. It is all because they worry about how the pain will make them feel, and not what they can absolve from others. And that is how I see it. Once you take that pain for someone else, it's easier somehow.
I think that's very helpful. I always try to help others. As you know, I can't bear to put hurt on any living thing, and even things that wish me wrong, um, and sometimes that's really dangerous. But there's a part of me that wants to see the world become better for for others, for others like me, for for everyone, really. And there is just so much hurting everywhere you look. It's almost unbearable at times. I try to stay positive and optimistic. I sometimes try too much, you know, and it's just my only way of not letting it eat me.
It is clear you have a good heart, Tilly. That is unquestionable from anyone who meets you. If you're worried about taking the pain, try not to think that the person is trying to hurt you. Try to think that you are saving others, that benevolence in your heart is being put to the test. Maybe then you can control your power, because that is what you truly wish for, to protect others and to help and to love others.
I will try. Thank you, Mr. Smoke.
Tilly, make a perception check.
Oh, rubbish.
With that check, and all the Smoke's talk about protecting others, you just feel rather than see or hear or anything like that, or even smell. It's a perception of feeling. You feel that empathy and that longing to help Trasimir in your heart, and you wonder what sacrifices you might have to make in the future. Okay, if we will pick up next session at the start of your expedition up to Iron Hill. So I just want to confirm a few things that have happened and what state. So number one would be Jacob's tattoo appointment.
Yeah.
Which spell were you getting?
Haste, I think.
Haste. Is that the third level?
Yeah.
How much did I say that was?
500.
500. Not bad. So yeah, you get the tattoo. Make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh.
You tough it out, and the gnome is impressed. Yeah, your skin is tougher than you thought.
Okay.
Mia, do you make an appointment or try and make an appointment to get a tattoo?
Yeah.
Okay. If you're trying to get it before going up the Iron Hill, then you're gonna have to make a persuasion check.
Okay.
Wah.
Can they do it when I come back from the hill?
They can put you in for when you return.
Okay.
What size piece do you want?
3rd level.
Enormous.
Another 3rd level. Any clue what spell?
I am leaning towards counterspell right now.
Ooh.
Cool, counterspell tattoo. I like it.
That'd be like a.
It just says.
absolute Hail Mary.
It just says nope. And you thrust out your arm.
It's an Uno card.
Yeah, Uno reverse tattoo.
I did
Nice.
consider my
so.
first. My first consideration was Fireball.
Yeah.
Oh,
But I guess
never
I've got the walk to figure it out, like the journey to figure it out.
Yeah.
I'm pondering a couple of others, but I think
Sure,
for
you've
now.
got
The orbs.
all week. Oh, sorry, that reminds me. Parents' evening next week.
Oh
Another one.
no!
Oh, are you joking?
I wish I was. Trust me,
Oh,
I could be. I can't be asked. But Wednesday
Damn
and
it.
Thursday, unfortunately, I am indisposed.
Never mind.
Oh, that sucks.
I
Can you flip
will
it to Friday,
finish
maybe? Any chance?
next Friday.
I'm not free.
Oh.
No, I'm going to Dublin on Saturday morning.
What time does
What?
Parents' Evening finish on Wednesday?
Well, yeah, it finishes on both nights by 8 o'clock.
So we could have like a short one, potentially.
Potentially, now that
Is that
we know what's happening.
Is that going to be okay for you?
It depends on my appointments, like they're only gonna they spread it out on 2 nights because I have too many students to fit into one night. However, when you spread it across the second night, it actually makes the nights kind of thinly spread. If the students all end up making all the appointments like later on.